Morning, Vinod. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you're viewing from or logging on from. An interesting time for both teams. Last game of this ODI series. West Indies women, well, just one change for them. Arlene comes in for Shamila Connell. Stephanie Taylor, of course, being there. Haley Matthews, Karishma Ramharak, who had her best figures in that previous ODI. So I think it's a good change. It's a good change for West Indies. On New Zealand's side, they've actually opted to bring in Georgia Plimmer, who makes her ODI debut for West Indies. So that's it for New Zealand, the third New Zealander to make her ODI debut. Jess Kerr comes in for Leah Tahuhu, and Penfold comes in for Eden Carson.
Yeah, New Zealand as strong as ever. As you can see, Susie Bates there, Sophie Devine, and Amelia Kerr. So the brunt of their batting still there, and they're doing the right thing. They're just introducing these youngsters one by one into the setup. The West Indies, of course, came back very strongly in the second ODI, and I think it was a case of too little, too late. And Stacy, looking at that game, do you think that the West Indies should have been a little more aggressive with their field setting and, of course, their general bowling changes? And probably had they been a little more aggressive earlier, we could have had a different result.
Yeah, I definitely believe that, because they started putting pressure on in the early stages. They got the wickets of Susie Bates and Sophie Devine, and then it all went back to normal. They got flat because wickets weren't coming, no support. Then wickets started to fall, and that's when you saw them really get up again and try to make a game out of it, but it was just a bit too late. So an area of concern for West Indies women, both in batting and fielding, those middle overs, they need to keep support.
Yeah, and you're seeing the new captain still trying to find her way. And you know, someone remarked to me yesterday that they agreed that she was a bit too defensive. One hopes that she can learn as she goes along, and that they can really take the fight. Judging from the last game, they have shown that they could battle New Zealand.
Yeah, I think that's, from both games, some positives for West Indies women. Well, they've batted out that 35 overs in the first game, and then, of course, batting out 50 overs in the second game. So positives for them. Just they need to score a bit more. Those middle overs, as I mentioned, it's too many dot balls. It was just too many dot balls. But I know for Haley, she hasn't had possibly the series that she's wanted as captain, more responsibilities on her as well, but she also needs some of the others to take responsibility. Haley's just 24. She has a number of senior players around her. So again, a chance for they as well to step up and support her in this role, this new role for her.
Yeah, I think, during the last game, you saw Stephanie Taylor going up to her. That's a good sign. The former captain, going up to her successor and, just giving her, some sort of guidance, lending her experience. Because as you said before, she's just 24, although it seems as if she has been around cricket an eternity. She's still young in the business in terms of leadership. And one hopes that, all the senior players can feel comfortable enough to go around her and to have that conversation.
Yeah, she has Shakira Salmon, in a senior player who has a lot of experience. And she also has Afi Fletcher, another experienced player who's been around for some time. So again, an opportunity for Haley to continue growing, as what this is just the first series for her, and that's what I think we should just remember as well. It's the first series for her as West Indies captain. They've been two, I won't say close games, but again, being able to bat out that 50 overs and then 35 overs in the first game, I think it's a plus. It's something that West Indies women has struggled with previously, so it's a plus. At least one box ticked off, but they just need to get more runs and be a bit more aggressive.
Well, I'm looking at the information coming forward to us. It seems as if Natasha McLean will be wicket keeping today. And do you think that is a good move? Do you think McLean might be better served behind the stumps?
I think so. And reason being, she was excellent for Knight Riders in the women's CPL, Natasha McLean behind the stumps. In the field, she's been a bit slow. She's been a bit sluggish. Hard to come off that 25-yard ring. At least 2 chances went a begging in the first game, and the second game, she was just a bit too slow coming off that ring, that circle to restrict runs from happening. So maybe a good opportunity for Janilla Glasgow to be in the outfield. She's a lot fitter than Natasha McLean, and yeah, just a swap between wicket keepers more or less.
Yeah, I think I looked at her at the CPL and I thought she was pretty good. I want to agree with you, and of course I want to also agree that she has not been her best in the outfield. If to be frank, I think McLean has been a bit of a liability at times. And we've seen that. We remarked that, she probably needs to just improve on her fitness a bit. And we saw her on the outfield. Probably conversations were happening, and behind the scenes, they've decided to put her back behind the wicket. We'll see what will happen today. Now, a very interesting point was made to me yesterday. I was told that the pitch where the first 2 one-day internationals were played, which is the one to the extreme right of us, which is to the east of, the west, the most western pitch, if I may say so. That is normally used as a practice pitch leading up for Test cricket and in other international cricket with the men. I can't understand why 2 games were played there. I thought that a bit too much assistance for the slower bowlers on that track. Thankfully, we are now 3 pitches away, and we're using the middle strip, which is used more often than not for Test cricket.
Vidud, if that's the case, that's very disappointing to hear, because again, these are international ODI matches. You want to be able to give give your home team especially, the best pitch to have an opportunity to win a game. But as you mentioned, we are dead center today, and hopefully it's a better playing pitch. And might just be a favorable result for West Indies. Well,
the West Indies will be hoping that can happen. The umpires are out there, Jacqueline Williams, and of course the former West Indies medium pacer Carl Tuckett, who hails from these parts. So both of them, they're out there, and they'll be waiting on the West Indies team to follow. Yes, they're taking the field now, led by Captain, of course, Hayley Matthews, and she'll be hoping to avoid a whitewash in this series, and I think the West Indies will be buoyed by their performance in the last game.
And something different for New Zealand as well. In the first 2 games, they've batted second. That first game in toss, New Zealand won and opted to have a bowl first. The second ODI, Hayley Matthews won, West Indies won and opted to bat first. So the first time that New Zealand will be putting a score on the board for West Indies to chase. I think it's good for them. They've chased in 2 games. Now it's an opportunity to see where they're at in terms of producing a score to defend.
So the West Indies bowlers, the opening bowlers, gets an opportunity to use whatever early assistance there is on this track. And we'll see how they will go. Shamila Connell, who has not had a good series thus far, she, of course, is not playing today. But the West Indies will be hoping that the others could step forward. At the moment, they're taking the knee. And it's good to see that everyone is participating in that. Just to continue with the officials, we have Carl Tuckett and Jackie Williams, who's on the field. And the third umpire, Danish Ramdani. The match referee, Michael Raghunath, and both hail from the same country as Stacey Ann King, Trinidad and Tobago. So it's good to see these guys out here. And hopefully we'll have a wonderful day's play. I don't think there'll be any rain today. I'm not a weather forecaster, but I don't think we'll have any bad weather today, Stacey.
No, it doesn't look so. It's a beautiful Sunday morning in the Caribbean.
So a number of people would be attending their church service. We want to urge you to come down to the cricket after, show the support. The West Indies Cricket West Indies have set up a lot of entertainment here today. You have bouncy castles for the kids, and there's a little play park that has been set up. So you want to bring the kids along to support the cricket, to support the West Indies, and I think pretty soon we may well see people coming in. I was told that in this country you have a very big Seventh-day Adventist population, so they would have been idle yesterday, so they may be able to come out today as well.
Yeah, lovely day for cricket. Chanel Henry will start the bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Well, McLean. It goes right through her into the boundary for 4 wides.
Yeah, not the start that we expected. We were just actually talking really highly of Natasha McLean and her wicket keeping. It wasn't the best of deliveries from Chanel Henry, but as the wicket keeper, you've got to clean those up.
Yeah, you can have a look at it here, down the leg side, and she never really got to it. It just took the tip of her glove and went into the boundary for 4. So I think McLean was slow to move across. Better delivery, quicker. Darting into the right-handed Devine. So Bates and Devine, they're opening the batting as is customary for New Zealand. You can see Ram Harak, who had a good career best figures in the last game, 4 wickets, and she'll be hoping, she's probably chomping at the bit. Good delivery again, comes back sharply, it rose, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4, and you feel it there for young Chanel Henry.
You just wonder, and it's 4 runs, so that means that Sophie Devine did get some bat on it. A good delivery, sliced her.
Yeah, this time you can't blame McLean. That was way away from McLean. Inside edge, French cut, so to speak. It was good, it was sharp.
I think Haley might just need to bring that fine leg, which seems to be sort of squarer, just a bit finer.
Yeah, with the pace that Henry is generating, I think that long leg should be fine leg, to be honest. So the West Indies looking for that early breakthrough. Good start by Henry. I'm happy with what I'm seeing from Henry this morning, Stacy.
Yeah, she's getting some good purchase, good movement of this track. Good bounce and carry as well.
Again, just back of a length. Devine deep in her crease.
In the first ODI, Sophie Devine, she would have completed 6,000 runs in international cricket. Susie Bates, who's her opening partner, she has 8,627 runs in ODIs. So those are most runs for New Zealanders in international cricket.
You can see Afi Fletcher just shouting out to Henry, encouraging her. It's a good delivery, a bit too short. But again, you can see Henry getting the ball to move away from the right-handers. Well, I think early on when Devine was batting, what we thought was an inside edge was actually giving us leg byes.
Oh.
So at the end of the first over, 10 without loss, just 1 run coming off the bat.
Yeah, a bit expensive in terms of that 10 runs coming off, but was good areas from Chanel Henry.
Yeah, I think she will be encouraged by what transpired in that first over.
Seems as though Arlene would open with the new ball from the media end.
So Arlene in to replace Cornell. Let's see how she goes.
Yeah.
Into her 16th match, so genuinely a young player.
Short, cracked away. Well, she got away with that. Good feeling there by Stephanie Taylor.
Yeah, retaking that run up because Sophie Devine will think that she missed out.
Yeah, it's a short and wide. Again, short and wide. This time she doesn't miss out. She punches this through cover. Not really getting hold of it, but they're going to come back for two. So Devine, she's such a class player that you can't bowl her two deliveries there and not be punished.
I think this delivery was just a tad closer, but again, just rode with that bounce.
Yeah, she did the right thing. She was looking to get over the delivery to ensure that it stayed along the ground. Wide. Tell us a bit more about Arlene Stacy.
Now, she hails from Barbados and started in 2019 for West Indies women. Now, she has 8 wickets, a best of 2 for 38, averages 39.87, and she has an economy rate of 4.62. So still pretty inexperienced in her bowling for West Indies, 27 years of age.
To be honest, she's been all over the shop in this first over. We saw 2 wide, short deliveries outside the off stump. Then we saw a wide down the leg side, followed by a delivery that was very wide. She was lucky to get away with that last delivery. Oh, that's a good delivery. McLean was going down the leg side and it swung back. Good stop there by Natasha McLean. Initially, that delivery was angled into the right-handed Devine. Look at it. And then moved away. Brilliant delivery. Where did that come from? So this has been really a mixed bag.
Yeah, and you can just see Natasha McLean showing that, yeah, she went this way, but then it come this way.
Yeah. Good work by Natasha McLean. Again, overpitched down to backward point. So the West Indies has been a mixed bag from them this morning, to be honest. The sun has just peeped out in all its glory. Again, short and wide, Devine struggling to get that away. So Devine has faced 10 deliveries of the 12 that has been sent down. Bates, just 2. Bates is still to get off the mark. At the end of 2, New Zealand women, they are 13 without loss.
And again, they depend on this pair, Sophie and Susie, to give them a good start. See off that new ball, and then they go big after that. Devine would have scored in the first ODI 25 runs and 7 in the second match. So again, an opportunity for her to get some runs on the board. That's not her standard. She normally scores bigger than that.
Bates left that one alone outside the off stump. She has to be careful here because Henry has been getting those deliveries to come back. That was pretty close.
Yeah, good delivery by Chanel Henry. You can see Susie Bates just dropping her knees because of this swing that Chanel Henry got to duck back in.
Good work there by Arlene.
Oh yeah, Chanel Henry is causing a bit of trouble for both these New Zealand openers.
Yeah, she has been good this morning. She'll want to ensure that she continues to create problems. Hopefully can lead to an early breakthrough here. Not a good delivery, just back of her length. She's forcing Bates to play off the back foot. You think that with Henry getting the ball to move away at times as well, because she has shown that she can swing it both ways, that we should have a first slip in place there.
Well, we actually did, because Haley Matthews was in first slip, but because Susie Bates punched in that offside, that region that Haley just misfielded in, she came out of the slip region.
Yeah, I think it's been again a bit too defensive. McLean is looking to make things happen, and she's getting things to happen. You want to give her that support. I think this is just the third over. It's too early to dispense with the slip. Oh, that was Henry going to the ground. Such as the effort that she's putting out here this morning at the end of over number 3. New Zealand are 14 without loss.
A good start for New Zealand, but a better start for West Indies. Chanel Henry, she's been impressive throughout the tournament. In the first ODI, she would have picked up 1 for 23. She only bowled 3 overs, and reminder that match was 35 overs. In the second ODI, she picked up 1 for 23 again. So her economy rate has been magnificent. It has been under 3 for West Indies.
Let's see what Arlene comes up with. Her first over, she had one very good delivery. Apart from that, it was not so good. Again, short. Playing early at it. Was Bates. So it goes straight down to mid-off.
Imagine Sophie Devine being on strike for that delivery. I think that would have been sailing into the leg side.
Yeah, just 3 fielders on the leg side. Yeah, so long leg, short mid wicket and mid on.
Seems to be getting some swing on Leah Allen.
Yeah, let's give
so
him
she
some time
has
to switch.
Pitch that ball up. She's been a bit too short. If she's getting the ball to swing, she needs to pitch it up. Give it her best chance of getting an edge. But again, there are no slip fielders. Short pulled away. Good bit of fielding there at the short mid wicket.
Rashada Williams doing the fielding, but again, just too short from Leah Allen. These are 2 quality players, 2 classic players. Anything that's short of a length and poorly lined will be dispatched.
That's 4. straying down the leg side. And she didn't try to overhit that. She just got into her stumps and helped it around the corner.
A good awareness from Sophie Divine. Just knew that that fine leg was much more squarer, so opted to soft hands and help it along its way. Okay, Shona Knight, who's into her 50th one-day international for West Indies, wearing number 47.
Oh, Beaton, good delivery. She had Divine there on that occasion, pushing out at it. It ends the over. Not a bad over from Arlene. She had one or two short deliveries, but in the main, she had a good few deliveries just right there, all and about that off stump moving away.
A good comeback over from her after those two short deliveries early on in her over. Well, from a West Indies perspective, they'll know the importance of getting a breakthrough as Chanel Henry continues.
Henry has been good. Slashing and gone. She deserves that wicket, Henry. It was not the best of deliveries, but Bates never looked herself this morning. It was wide. She was able to just scoop it to point, and the first wicket has fallen. Henry strikes.
And who better than Chanel Henry, because she's created so much uncertainty for these batters. A delivery that swung away, and Susie Bates opting to follow that delivery can only pick out Alea Arlene in that point region. Good bowling to her field, Chanel Henry. Susie Bates will be disappointed that she fell in that trap.
Yeah, it was a very wide delivery. It was a big booming outswinger, and she followed it. She would have been better served leaving that alone. The first wicket has fallen for the West Indies, and just as we suspected, Chanel Henry's the one to get it.
Yeah, she's been really, really impressive during this tour. Both batting, bowling, and of course her fielding, because she's one of those fielders that you'd like to have on you. You'd prefer have her every position if possible. But it's good to see her growth. It's good to see her experience at this level.
Well, Kerr is in now, and I thought that skipper Matthews might have wanted to have had that first slip in position, especially given the fact that she just saw a big booming outswinger from Henry. Still, there's a backward point, squarish cover, regulation cover, and mid-off on the offside. If the West Indies can get rid of Kerr now, that could mean something big here this morning.
Yeah, I agree. You just want to keep putting pressure. You want to impact the game rather than react to if a ball does go through slip. Put that slip in place for the new batter and force her to do something different. Force your bowler to maintain that line as well.
Excellent delivery again from Chanel Henry. By a Tuckett there, you can see him, former West Indies player. Didn't feature much for the West Indies. There was a fixture on the Leeward Islands team. Well, I saw last night the Trinbago Knight Riders stepping out of the CPL.
The first time in CPL's history.
Yes, not qualifying for the playoffs. But on paper, it looked a massive team. End of the over, at the end of 5. New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. They're 19 for what?
A good over from Chanel Henry and that vital wicket of Susie Bates.
So pretty quiet here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at the moment. Not many fans in just yet. Probably just getting lunch done and then they'll come down. The cricket has been of a high quality, so you should come down to look at it. Driving, divine. This is good here by Arlene. I like what I'm seeing with Arlene over the last few deliveries from the last over and this first delivery. She's pitching the ball up because she knows that she's getting the ball to swing. And that'll give her the best option. I am still advocating for at least one slip.
And once she maintains that line, she creates a bit of difficulty, because we saw in previous over when she went a bit too straight, it swung down the leg side and it was easy pickings for Sophie Divine. But once she maintains that fourth, fifth stump or off stump line, she's been impressive.
Divine drives, can't get it away. This is good. Although that was over pitch, it's better than what she was doing earlier, which was bowling short. And as Stacy and King rightly pointed out, the onside is not that populated, and players of the caliber of Divine could access that onside very easily. Oh, that's good. That's a brilliant delivery. The delivery of the series, in my opinion, and it castles a top player. 19 for 2.
Yeah, that's what she's been searching for. You can see that previous ball, she got some swing. This delivery, perfectly swung.
Well, the last time I saw a delivery swung like that, it was Waka Yunus. I tell you, that's a big, big delivery. I would like to see that against the Stacy Ann.
Yeah, kudos to Alia Allen, and again, the importance of bowling in partnerships. Chanel Henry just got a wicket on one end. Now it's Alia Allen on this end.
That started outside the off stump and took the leg. Sophie Divine is a world-class player, and even her could not stop that from coming through. That was an absolutely brilliant delivery. I think that has been the best delivery in this series so far.
And what is clear there is, you mentioned before, that line, she'd need to pull it back. She was just over pitching in previous deliveries. Perfect line to assist that swing.
Yeah, she pulled it back a bit, and Divine was unsure whether to come forward or go back. In the interim, the ball swung through the gates and castled the leg stump. Well, I can see that over and over again. I enjoyed that. Arlene is showing that she has some serious talent here. And this is a good move. Very good move by Hayley Matthews. Arlene can swing the ball both ways. She's now put herself at first slip. The West Indies on the attack here. It's a bit too straight. What a delivery there from Arlene. So the two big guns already back in the pavilion. And Amelia Kerr is still there. And Green has had a good series as well.
Oh yeah, she has. Second game she scored 48 of 78. And again, partnerships, because she was part of 3 important partnerships for New Zealand to win that second ODI.
This one be short. results in a single. So Henry and Arlene has formed, as Stacey Ann King said, and they have formed a really good partnership here. There you can see the Cricket West Indies. They have set up the bouncy castle that Stacey Ann King will be going in very soon. At the end of her spell, she'll be there. You can come and meet her. Wonderful all-rounder who played for the West Indies for many years. I don't know if she's going to go into the trampoline though. But we wait to see. 21 for 2. Over number 7 coming up from the impressive Natasha McLean. Forced away on the offside. Good bit of fielding there by Arlene. Arlene is really confident now. And you know, Stacey, success in one department of a game leads to success in the other.
Indeed it does, and we hope that that success in the batting will help an area that West Indies has been struggling in, those middle overs. But for now, this has been the start of a lifetime for West Indies. They've seen the back of 2 of the world's best batters.
Down to third man, and Kerr goes on out to 2. So the future of West Indies fast bowling is looking good this morning.
And it's something that we were discussing in the last game. Give these young players an opportunity. You've got a layer, Arlene Cherry and Fraser made her way into the squad, the 30-man squad. Didn't get an opportunity today, but internationally, Shamila Connell has been there. They know what she brings. Give your other players an opportunity just to show what they've got.
And we saw what Arlene got this morning in his 16th international.
Correct.
Searching for that Yorker. Just too wide. So you can see there's a pep in the step there of the West Indian girls out there. It's good to see.
Yeah, they're moving a lot more confident. Shoulders are a bit higher now. They've seen the back of Susie Bates and Sophie Devine. But Amelia Kerr is no pushover.
Good delivery, excellent delivery. Just coming back in, back of the length. Very tall Green just comes forward and pushes it away. Green, as Stacey was saying, got a 47 in the last game. Or was it 44? 40 odd?
48.
48. I'm taking her runs away from her. Very strong approach there by Henry. Forced away. Not a bad delivery at all, though. Straying a bit too much down the leg side, but the intention was good. She's looking to go right up into that block hole, looking to get that Yorker.
I like this. Almost the 7th over, 24 for 2. West Indies will be very pleased with the way they've managed things.
So that's the end of the over, the end of 7. 24 for 2.
You always talk about the importance of bowling in partnerships, especially with the new ball up at front, where you get enough swing, you can create opportunities. And this has been a good pair of 7 overs between Chanel Henry and Alea Arlene. A good change as well.
Yeah, the West Indian fast bowlers are coming to the park this morning. They've been good. And getting that new ball and showing that she deserves it. She's using it well. She's getting the ball to dart all over the place. And of course, Shakira Selman, who we saw bowl well in the last game, she should be into the attack as well pretty soon. Works away nicely. And they're going to come back for 2. Gajnaby running actually around that one. I think had she attacked that differently, she could have probably cut it down to 1.
I think a dive was needed.
And speaking of a dive, our production guy Michael Rupwa was diving at the lovely English Harbour yesterday. As the evening went along, he was diving further and further into the water. He ended up abetted by one of the other producers, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das. Excellent delivery again. That was another delivery just outside the off stump, swinging back. I've really been impressed with Arlene.
Yeah, she's still seemed to be searching for that length that possibly she got Sophie Divine out with, but I just think she needs to keep things quiet and not try too many things.
Consistency has been her issue. Good delivery. She needs to hit those areas more often than not. But I've noticed as her spell has progressed, she has gotten better and better.
Yeah, you can actually see from the run up to the crease, she's much more confident. Like she knows what she wants to bowl, and the execution, it's not fully there, but it's good.
This one goes the other way. I think this West Indies team, you add a left arm seamer in there, that'll be a good mix. Have there been good left arm seamers after you coming through, Stacey Ann?
To be honest, I don't think there is any.
Wow. So we need to search for one. Again, this delivery swings back, but it started a bit too straight. It actually started on off stump. No run. So Arlene has been good. Her 4 was 1 for 12. Henry has also been very good at the other end. Her 4 overs, 1 for 10. And after 8 overs, I think the West Indies are in control here at the moment. New Zealand 27 for 2.
I stand to be corrected, Janilla Glasgow. Now she's left arm medium fast. She's yet to make her debut for West Indies women. She featured for West Indies under 19. And she actually went as a reserve player to the Women's World Cup in 2022 earlier this year in February. I think she's within this squad, so just keeping her amongst these other fast bowlers. But yeah, I think it will be a good opportunity to give her an opportunity to express her talent, to see what she has.
Yeah, just to bring that variety as well.
Yesterday, Julan Goswami would have ended her international cricket career at Lord's. England played India in the final of a 3-match ODI series, winning that series, the first away from home for India, and first in England as well.
Well, congratulations to the Indian team. And that team has been on the improve. I remember just a couple seasons ago when you guys were playing against India, you did very well. The Indians have been coming back. I see a lone spectator coming into the ground to join another. They've walked with their chairs. They seem to be enjoying the sun, Stacey and King. They have about 16,000 covered seats and they find themselves in the mong.
Well, it's not too hot just yet.
They seem to be Kiwi supporters, as you can see from their chair. Actually, you can see the New Zealand flag on it. Henry searching for that Yorker. She over pitches and it's clipped away down through mid wicket. And a diving effort there by Gajnabi. Good effort. Just losing her hat in the process. I thought she was actually going back to fix the boundary line. I was about to mention that's probably the first time I've ever seen a player go back to do that. But she just went back for her hat. There you can see again. It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, from that angle because her body is blocking everything. But it's a good effort. It's a good effort from Shabika Gajnabi.
Good bit of camera work as well by Donnie Sterling of Cricket 360.
I must say, I've seen a couple comments on Twitter and they've applauded the coverage.
Well, you have a big part to play in that, Stacey Ann King. So the West Indies, I dare say at this point in time, they are ahead. This is played away nicely by Green. Just coming forward and opening the face down to backward point. It ends the over. And Henry probably tiring a bit after 5-1 for 18. She has done her job.
Yeah, Amelia Kerr just opening the face. Sorry, Maddie Green just opening the face and keeping her back down. And hopefully Chanel Henry will get a bit of a break. And she's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 18. And Leah Allen is into her 5th.
Allen has bowled some unplayable deliveries. One at Castle Divine. It's a full toss. Surprise Kerr, I think.
It just seems as though she's searching for a Yorker length delivery.
This is the beauty about her. She may be not consistent as one would like to see, but she has the ability to move the ball in both directions, which is always a tremendous asset. But if she can consistently hit that 4th, 5th stump, she's going to create a lot of problems. This is good. Quick single taken.
Yeah, sometimes as a bowler, because you know you've got so many different deliveries, you try to bowl one every ball or too much of one thing rather than just stick to the basics. This is working, I'm going to stick here, I'm going to bowl this line. Yeah, I may try one different delivery, but it's not necessary.
So just played away down to backward point. At least she's keeping it on one side of the wicket. I know you've been a bit concerned about her length this morning, and she did start to pull it back a bit, but yet at times she's still going up a little bit too much, over pitching, as she's striving to get that ball to swing.
And it's something that we saw in the previous games. Maddie Green is a much taller player than Amelia Kerr, so you can't go up in that fuller length too often to her because it's in her stride.
Yeah, a hard length to Kerr could be overpitched to Green because of her tremendous reach. Well, I thought she was lucky there. But took it. End of over number 10. New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. They are 36 for 2. I'm going to leave Stacey Ann King in the company of a good friend, Vernon Springer.
Yeah, good start for West Indies women. 10 overs gone. 36 for 2. And they've restricted this New Zealand batting lineup too. And again, first time for New Zealand batting first and putting a score on the board. Halia Allen and Chanel Henry, well, they've been exceptional. They've done really well. Vernon Springer, good morning to you and welcome.
Welcome to the third CG International West Indies Women versus New Zealand Women. Today is going to be a fun day for kids here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. All kids are free. And they're going to have a kids zone today. But in the meantime, West Indies large and in control, 36 for 2 at the end of over number 10. Just felt, Stacey Ann, couldn't help that the West Indies still defensive. And I was listening to you and Vinna talk about Arlene's bowling. I think you have to have a balanced feel sometimes for some bowlers. She bowls the ball, she's an in-swing bowler, and she can also get the ball to dart away. And so sometimes you just need that balance. I was counting how many times Kashana Knight would have fielded that ball inside the 25-yard circle. So I'm saying if you have a balanced field, which would be 5-4, it makes life a lot more easy. Even when Green and Amelia Kerr came in, the skipper pulled herself out of slip. You have to show that you're on top. If you pick up Bates and Devine, you got to be able to put pressure back on the New Zealand team. But she's starting now from the Sir Andrew Roberts end. And she's pulled herself right into the attack. There's no slip, and straight away the ball goes down to the boundary for 4. And that is what I was talking about. At the end of 10 overs, West Indies are on top. And Matthews comes on and she starts, and then straight away there is no slip because already we've gone on the defensive by having 3 fielders outside.
You know, see Afi Fletcher coming from that leg side, that short leg region, into that offside area. Well, still a couple more changes being made.
We've got a long on, a mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And I'm saying Matthews has just started, so I don't think you need the mid-wicket and I don't think you need the deep backward square. In fact, I don't even think to be honest with you, and this is just my thought process, I wouldn't even have the long on down there. Because as far as I'm concerned, New Zealand have to consolidate. They're 40 for 2 now. Matthews in to bowl to Kirk. Is back and just looking to open the face of the bat. Slide it down to backward point area. Thought it was a little harsh on Arlene. Would have already had to bowl and then had to go inside the 25-yard circle to field. Something I think that the West Indies team going to have to look at in terms of improving on their fielding. Kerr is driving to cover. Can't score. Looks like Karishma Ramnarak, who is now sent as a sweeper out onto the offside. We're only into over number 11. Matthews into bowl to Kerr. Kerr comes quietly forward. No need for her. Just think that, and I've witnessed this with all of the West Indian teams. They just don't seem to know when they're on top. When you're on top, you have to be able to make sure that you create that pressure and drive it home. Here is Kerr just back and just punching the ball out onto the offside. 40 for 2. New Zealand losing their 2 most experienced batters in Bates and Devine. Haley Matthews in out the bowl to Kerr. Kerr is back and just plays this onto the offside with soft hands, picks up a single, 5 runs out of the over. And at the end of over number 11, New Zealand are 41 for 2. Kerr is 13 and Maddie Green is 7. I know you're speechless. I know you're speechless, and that's quite good. That's okay. Don't worry about anything.
Not exactly. Just the point that you made about just keeping things more defensive. I think for Amelia Kerr and Maddie Green, we've seen this previously where within these middle overs, after the power play, once they're there, they don't really go for a big shot on it. It's a bad delivery. What they do is push around, they rotate and pick up singles, twos as it might be. Not necessarily a bad delivery, but for West Indies, they'll just have to, it's an area that they've got to work on.
White ball by Arlene. We're in the number 78. The score is on 41 for 2. Arlene 1 for 13. She's into a 6th over. And we're coming around now where you have a balanced field, but what has actually happened is you've got a mid-wicket. Bang on target again is Arlene.
And she's into her 6th over, so usually you'd see a bowler taking a break or getting a break after 5. This is good for Arlene. She's into her first game of this ODI series, and immediately she has impacted this match.
That's a giveaway ball there, overcompensating. Short ball from Arlene, and because you have the mid-wicket fielder out there, she has to overcompensate. It's almost like she's trying to bowl to her field. Boundary given away there by Arlene. Score in the meantime goes up to 45 for 2. Kerr goes to 17. And I'm really mystified by the field placing here of Hayley Matthews. Can't understand why you would have a sweep on the offside and it's mind-boggling. Here is a loose shot by Amelia Kerr. Delivery pitched up outside the line of the off stump. Can understand you may be having the third man and the fine leg, but the sweep on the offside and the mid-wicket? Nah, not so early.
Much better delivery from Nalia Arlene. Also brings the end of over number 12.
Umpires look for a moment as if they weren't sure, but I guess good communication between Carl Tuckett, who is from Nevis, and Jacqueline Williams, who is from Jamaica. Caribbean connection. 12 overs bowled, 45 for 2.
Current run rate 3.75 for New Zealand. And Arlene has bowled 6 overs for 17 runs, 1 for 17. I think maybe just a bit of a chance to see Shabika Gajnabi as well. He gave Arlene a bit of a rest at this point. She's bowled 6 overs on the trot. Might be getting a bit fatigued.
Physio came on to give some treatment. Now the Matthews has gone for the slip, but she's got a sweeper on the offside. She's got a long on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Here's Green driving back to her. First delivery for Matthews. Another dot delivery. Matthews an off spinner.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you're now joining us, New Zealand won the toss and opted to bat first. The first time they're having that first strike in the series. So opting to give themselves a chance to put runs on the board.
Matthews with a slip, backward point to cover, mid-off, sweep on the offside, long on, short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square, another dot delivery. In New Zealand, It's early days yet. So these two will be thinking about batting the entire 50 overs per se to give New Zealand a respectable total.
Well, that's something we've seen with the New Zealand batters. They've taken their opportunities. There's a lot of rebuilding for New Zealand. A number of, at least 3 players have now made their ODI debut. So an opportunity and a chance for them to really put their hands up and show what they have been working on and take advantage of those opportunities.
Meantime, Matty Green stroke one down to long run for a single. Matthews ending with a dot ball. 13 overs have been bowled. And quiet period of play here. 46 for 2, New Zealand.
Seems like there'll be another change from this media end for West Indies. Seems to be Shakira Salomon.
Slow delivery stroked onto the offside. Big tumbling save from Kashana. In fact, Chanel Henry has had a lot of work to do in this series so far. More or less a floater from Selman.
Yeah, she did get a bit of a way swing, but we were talking about this. Matty Green is much taller, so you can't bowl too full to her. It's in her drive, it's in her stride.
Good take by Natasha McLean, who's being used as the reserve wicketkeeper. She's moved from out into the outfield to being the keeper for the West Indies today. And they've gone for Rashada Williams in the outfield. Here is another length delivery from Selman, just varying her pace. And that would have been very, very, very slow. It took a long time to get to Amelia Kerr, who's on 17. By Carl Tuckett just glides away to make sure everything is in order. Selman wearing the number 4. There's crack past the backward point fielder. The sweeper coming around there is Kashana Knight, who just loves rifles a return into Natasha McLean. Collects quite easily. And the score in the meantime goes up to 48 for 2. Kerr is 18, Green is 9.
A good start from West Indies. Women to pick up 2 early wickets. They bowled really well.
Matty Green looks like a technical player, somebody who plays the ball as late as possible and plays it from right under her eyes. Green, age 29. Before this series, some 52 games, so she's maybe played some 54 games so far. Selman from this Lemazan, a little slow cutter, and Green had to scurry and get home. Big choke from Taylor at the non-striker's end, hitting Green, but everything in good good spirit in the meantime, as over number 14 has been completed. And the latest scorer here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, New Zealand are 49 for 2, Kerr 18, Green 10.
And it has been good bowling all round for West Indies. Henry has bowled her 5. She had 1 maiden for 18 runs with 1 wicket. Economy rate of 3.60. Alia Allen, 6 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Economy rate of 2.83. So a good start from West Indies. Matthews now into her 3rd.
Flatter, fast delivery, punched up to the offside. Taylor bubbled it for a moment. No runs in the process. Here is Green just opening the face of the bat and steering this down to the backward point area. They thought about 2. Somebody could be in problem here, and the throw was off target. And that's what happens when you take your eyes off the ball as a fielder. And just for a moment, Allen just guilty there. Didn't make her mind up. Maybe had she gone to the striker's end, it might have been closer. They picked up 2 runs. New Zealand's 50 up, or 55 minutes.
A good feeling of her own bowling from Hayley Matthews.
Here is an on-drive by Amelia Kerr going past Affy Fletcher. I just feel is a little bit too close. And one of the things that you have to work out, the practice errors here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, if you automatically feeling on them and the ball hits it, you know, you need to give yourself a little ball space enough that you can be able to see, because once it hits the clay, it's going to take off, and Fletcher caught in no man's land there. Single to Green. She goes to 13. Kerr is 18. Short delivery. She's back and pulling this out to the mid-wicket fielder. And Kashana Knight. And she gets 1 run. Kerr goes up to 19. Maddie Green comes into strike. New Zealand 53 for 2.
I'm just happy to build a partnership this pair. Just keep things rotating.
Over number 15 completed. It's now 10:29 in Antigua and Barbuda, 9:30 in Jamaica, 10:30 here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And just a massive cloud just moving over just to keep things cool, calm here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The players would love that. And the flags fluttering from east to west. Cricket West Indies, New Zealand, and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Here is a short delivery from Selman and giving Kerr enough time to be able to just punch that out to the sweeper. Kashana Knight on the offside, getting another single. I'd like to see Kashana Knight inside the circle, cutting that off rather than just giving away a single. Score in the meantime goes up to 54 for 2. Green is in strike. Punched again past the backward point fielder Taylor, and Kashana Knight comes into the action. And maybe what might be easy for Taylor is maybe Taylor needs to start feeling from just outside the 25-yard circle, giving herself a little bit room and then moving in. So if she's in, it's going to be a little bit of a problem for her.
Or what can possibly be another option? Those two feelers on the leg side, one of them can jump across to the offside in that inner ring, because so far Shakira Selman has bowled, she has hit that offside area, that offside field more than once or consecutively in this over. So not straying down the leg, bowling to her field. I just think those two feelers, it might just be a bit too much. Leave your fine leg if possible, but take out that deep mid-wicket. Bring them into that offside.
Curris 20, Selman. She's just gliding it down to the third man area. Afi Fletcher coming in, but Taylor just got around her and picked it up with her left hand. Score in the meantime goes to 56 for 2. Kerr 21, Green 14. Here is an easy catch. Maddie Green, for the first time, losing her concentration, in two minds, thinking about whether to go through with the shot or not to go through with the shot. The ball sort of stopped on her, and she was already in a check shot mood. Good catch there by the West Indies captain and Haley Matthews, and the West Indies pick up their third wicket, the wicket of Maddie Green, for 14 Selman strikes.
Yeah, and it's what we were mentioning before, what I mentioned before. Bring another fielder into that offside. Salmon is getting the ball to nip away, to move away from the right-handers. So you want to force them to continue to play that line. Maddie Green will be disappointed, but she has to make her depart here for 14 off 25. Court Matthews, bowl Selman. So pace again doing the trick for West Indies?
Well, pace to a point. And what I think has actually happened is that Selman varied her lengths and her deliveries there. She sort of mixed up her pace. And had it maybe been a Connell or Chanel Henry, it might have been an easy scoring option for Maddie Green. But Selman has developed to be more or less one of the West Indian bowlers. She was an out-and-out fast bowler, but has changed now and has concentrated on being just a medium pacer. Very quiet morning, lovely morning here. The first 15 overs for the West Indies, 56 for 3. Green gone back for 14, and Amelia Kerr is on 21. Not out. Selman picking up her first wicket.
And so far, the other two wickets to have fallen would have been Sophie Devine, bowled Aliyah Allen for 7 off 18, and Susie Bates, Court Allen, bowled Henry for 2 off 12. Maddie Green followed with that 14 off 25. Court Matthews bowled Selman. And it's been a good start, a very good start for West Indies here at North Sound.
Yeah, Bates 2, Devine 7, Green 14. And Kerr, the solid of the rock for New Zealand. She's 21 from 40. New Zealand 56 for 3. And the CG United Insurance New Zealand Women ODI Series. And just to let you know that today is going to be a kids' fun zone day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bouncing castles are expected to. Antigua and Barbuda, a very church-going nation. And so after lunch, you expect to have a number of boys and girls. I understand they will also have some little mini test matches between the youngsters today. So that should be a good feature. Meantime, the physios had a busy time yesterday, Stacey King. He's on the field again. Might need 2 physios for the West Indies women's team.
Oh, yeah, he's just seemed to be stretching. Who's it? Stephanie Taylor, West Indies physio. Tajay Grant. But it's as you mentioned, the technical staff, it's an interesting lineup. Robert Samuel is assistant coach. Corey Collymore is also the assistant coach. Courtney Walsh, head coach. Tajay Grant, physio. Shane Cooper, strength and conditioner. And Gary Bell, the analyst, manager. Sheena Gooding, and Nazira Mohammed, media officer.
I'm very much concerned that there's no women coach. Originally, I know that there was a women coach that was around the program. I really don't know what is happening, and I know Cricket West Indies have gone on a road to try to incorporate women into their coaching certification program. I really would want to see a couple of women coming through in the backroom staff, not only for the West Indies under 19, where I think camp starts tomorrow here in Antigua and Barbuda, but more so for the senior team. We're back with the action here after the water break. Laura Down, who has just come in, and Selman with a tail up after picking up the wicket of Green, bongs away to Down, and Down is just opening the face of the bat quietly and getting an easy single, just too easy.
Yeah, it's the first ball that she's facing. You want to put a bit more pressure on her, even though it was the last delivery of that over. End of 16 on New Zealand, 57 for 3.
So Down is off the mark straight away. New Zealand's current run rate, although they've lost 3 wickets, is 3.56. Exciting action taking place in the Hero 2022 Caribbean Premier League in Ghana. And TKR knocked out last night in a thriller. And it's an exciting game. Back with the action. The Patriots are already back home, the defending champions. So it's all to play for now next week. Talawa St. Lucia Kings game was delayed because of rain. Matthews wearing the number 50 to Down, and Down is just back on the cross and just playing it quietly up to Shabika Gajnabi, who's at cover. Slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, sweep on the offside, short mid-wicket, deep backward square, mid-wicket and a long on. Down thought about it, changed her mind as Rafi Fletcher came in from the short mid-wicket area.
She scored 33 or 55, Lauren, Down in that second ODI. And 4 in the first one. So another opportunity for her.
Another dot delivery by Hayley Matthews, who almost looks like a medium pacer, sort of like a Madan Lal from India, who confuses you. So, you know, sometimes you see him running off and you says what is going to be happening. But this is something that I think Matthews has developed over the years. Maybe about 10 meters. Again, bang on target. Change of pace. Laura Down was just come in, would know the importance of this partnership, because she would have witnessed in the second ODI that New Zealand lost 8 batters during that period. Here is Down on driving, and Matthews would be very upset with herself that she didn't stop that. And that's something that is a bowler that you set up nicely.
Yeah, just release the pressure in that last ball. End of 17 overs, New Zealand 58 for 3. Kerr is on 21 off 4th, eh? And Lauren Down is 2 off 7. Current run rate 3.41.
Some major changes taking place in international cricket. Coming on stream come the 1st of October 2022. And the game keeps evolving. I think the bowlers might be asking themselves, is there any room for us? As Selman goes past umpire Carl Tuckett, could take again by Natasha McLean. And down, just more or less just leaving alone. Selman's is into her third over.
And a big talking point at present in that ODI, third ODI between India and England. I'm not sure if you saw how India won. And the match got the last wicket.
It was in the laws of the game.
It is. And I mean, it's
We should even have a discussion about that.
just the uproar of that discussion.
Well, I don't even think it needs to be a discussion. It's not what we like.
Different opinions where that dismissal was concerned, but as you said, it's definitely in the laws of the game.
We're playing a game.
I think we were here last year when West Indies featured South Africa, when the T20 African qualifiers were happening, and Mava Duma, she effected 4 dismissals in a single innings between Cameroon and Uganda, and those T20 internationals with that dismissal.
It's just amazing. Here is a back of the length delivery to Lauren Down, and she can do no more but defend. You know, it's always interesting when some countries are featured in some aspects. I think if it was the other way around, I don't think we would have a big major talking point about it. But it's history now. Congratulations to Team India.
And if you remember earlier this year at Commonwealth Games, India and Australia would have featured in the final, and Talia McGrath, who tested positive for COVID-19, was able to play.
Thank you very much.
India captain Harmanpreet Kaur, I mean, she was very calm about the situation because there wasn't much she can do. It wasn't the rules. But again, if you're looking at unfair decisions, then that could have possibly been an unfair decision for India. But again, it's in the rules. It was in the Commonwealth Games rules.
End of over number 18. 60 for 3. Kara is 21. Down is 4. And Selman's previous over cost some 2 runs. 3 overs. 1 for 9. West Indies just moving around gingerly. Still would want to see them have that sort of intensity and operate that day on top. They've picked up 3 important wickets. If I was Haley Matthews, I'd be setting myself the target and say, listen, I want to bowl New Zealand out within 35 overs. Give the team something to strive for. Here is a flashing square drive out to the sweeper, getting an easy single. And the West Indies, there's not a lot of chatter anymore. They're just gone quiet. I want to see that intensity all the time. Yes, we picked up wickets, and Natasha McLean she'll be the live wire.
Yeah, these middle overs are crucial because when you get flat, then things happen. Chances are created and are missed at times. And it's an area that in the last game they should have realized that they need to improve on. Until over number 37 in the previous game, they were really flat until wickets started falling in that 37th over, which was more or less too late in the game.
The key here is who is the bowler for Cricket West Indies that is going to put their hand up and come and pick up wickets in the middle overs. That is what West Indies really going to need.
I think maybe a change in strategy as well, rather than just have bowlers bowl throughout this period, have one bowler bowl 5 overs, another bowler bowl another 5. Why not try using bowlers in shorter spells?
Here is another single on the offside. And they also have to be very, very, very tight inside the circle, something which I think West Indies have been caught very much flat-footed. The New Zealanders batters, they've been a game awareness as to looking for the gaps, looking for the singles. 63 for 3. Matthews. Driven hard by Laura Down. Over completed. It's 19 overs bowled. New Zealand has 63 for 3. Still confused that Gajnabi has not bowled in this series yet. I don't know if she's carrying an injury. And I just don't want to just use bowlers just because you want to use bowlers. You know, it's 19 overs now. When is Fletcher going to bowl? When is Afi Fletcher going to bowl? I mean, these are questions that Hayley Matthews has to be pondering around. She's bowled 5 already, not for 14.
Yeah, 4 bowlers used thus far: Henry, Arlene, Matthews and Salmon. Those 3 pacers would have made inroads into New Zealand's batting, picking up 1 wicket apiece.
Here is Selman's wide delivery being steered down to third man.
And she's also got the option of Karishma Ramharak, who picked up career best figures of 3 for 22 of 6 overs in the previous game.
Just would like to see that sweeper come inside the circle. Selman's variation is very good, so it'll be all right. Here's a short delivery smacked away over mid-wicket for 6. Laura Down getting a more or less a pull-down slow delivery. Very surprised that Selman was bowling that sort of length. But again, the field placing is causing Selman to think that she can bowl short.
Yeah, pace off delivery, but there Allen, who was a few yards off the boundary, didn't have a chance because that was 6 runs.
Bang on target, but they sneak a single onto the offside. Hayley Matthews can't stop that. Bring the sweeper inside the circle. Now a conversation is taking place because Selman is saying things are just too easy.
I was wondering if that was the first 6th of this series.
I don't think so. I think they would have had 1 before.
Yeah, there was 1 before.
Yeah.
Amelia Kerr.
Yes. For the free
in the
hit.
second match, yes.
.71 for 3. Kerr 24 down is 12, but his current strike pitched up and driven hard up to cover. Hayley Matthews had to get down. She's very close there at short extra cover. Maybe just needs to give herself some room, because what actually happens is that once the ball is driven, especially when it comes off the turf of the practice pitches, tend to come to you, it rushes at you. So you got to give yourself some room.
And good move this time by wicketkeeper Natasha McLean, who was opted to come up to the stumps. Again, Salman not as express pace as she was previously. So opting to come up to the crease, to the stumps. Natasha McLean keep Amelia Kerr in her crease.
Mid on, mid off, short mid wicket cover, backward point. Third man, sweep on the offside. And here is Kerr just turning this into the mid wicket area. Ashada Williams can't stop the single. And they score at the end of 20. New Zealand are 72 for 3. Selman's 4s cost 18. Kerr 25 down is 12. Stacy and King takes a walk-in break. In comes Vinod Manchan, who will take over the ball by ball. Lovely church they're here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Thanks a lot, Vernon. Don't you like Stacy's shoe? I like Stacy's shoe. Did you
Like a
see
top.
it?
I'm not worried about his shoes. I don't look at toes.
Anyhow, back to the cricket.
It's all cricket.
72 for 3, so a bit of a fight back here by New Zealand. Still the West Indies holding their own. New Zealand has not been able to really run away with it, Springs. And it's going to be Stefani Taylor, is it? Or Fletcher? Fletcher is from the far end. That's cut away for 2. So Kerr presents always a worry while she's there.
The thing about Kerr, Vinod, is technically for this level of cricket, she understands batting and she finds the gaps. And that is a worry for Hayley Matthews because she keeps rotating the strike. And every time she comes on strike, she finds a way to get a single.
She has 49 deliveries for her 27, so she understood coming in that New Zealand were under the gun, losing those 2 big wickets in the Sophie Devine and Susie Bates. So she drives nicely, but again, protection down there at the cover boundary. I thought this morning I was very impressed with the opening bowlers, and I thought that Arlene bowled a brute of a delivery that started way outside off stump and plucked the leg stump of Devine. Cut away, that's 4 into the gap. Uppishly, but still it gets the desired result.
Now, if you look at that shot, it was wide and it gave her some room to be able to free her arms, Laura Down. And Laura Down is a sort of unorthodox player, Vinod. She can hit a long one and she can keep you busy.
That's a good delivery. Now, Down has to be careful here that she doesn't get carried away. That was a bit closer to her. She played a risky shot. 30 overs is still a lot of overs to go, Springs.
180 balls.
I like her. She really seems to understand this cricket.
Well, anybody who scores 232 has to understand batting. in the women's game.
Yeah.
Anybody who makes a triple century in Test cricket and you telling me they can't bat, somebody, you know, talking point about Chris Gale. I mean, what more can you do?
I think Fletcher in this instance has been a bit too short. He's been a bit too short in this over. As we look out to the lovely sights I see, CWI has erected a play area for the kids. Hopefully the kids can come down. The parents can bring. They can't come this down.
After church?
They can come in after church. I was saying early on about the big Seventh-day Adventist population you have in this island.
Yeah, massive. Very, very, very massive. And Antigua and Barbuda is also a church-going society. So outside of the Seventh-day Adventist, Sunday is also a big day for church-goers here in Antigua and Barbuda and the wider part of the Caribbean.
Yes.
It's become a family sort of outing there now where folks from the congregation go to restaurants and you know, have lunch. You know, things have changed, Vinod.
Wow. That's good. Keeping it together. Good line. by Selman. It wasn't done badly at all.
You know, I was listening to you and Stacy and earlier talk about the opening bowlers. But one has to understand, Vinod, that it's all well to come and tell somebody to bowl to a 6-3 field. You sometimes need a balance in the field, which is a 5-4. And I'll explain a little bit more to you what I was talking about.
Good, yeah. Well, at the moment, this is a balanced field. 5 on the off, 4 on the on.
During the period of time when Allen was bowling her spell and Chanel Henry, you had a 6-3 field. How many deliveries did Kashana Knight field inside the 25-yard circle?
There are not many.
So if you brought her onto the leg side, where they're inducking the ball, it would have been a different ball game. They'd have been able to bowl a lot more straighter. The reason why I said that is that the delivery that Divine got out with, the overcompensation of having to bowl directly to a 6-3 field, because this is the field that you're going to bowl to, you give the bowler a relaxation period by attacking the stumps more because you got a new ball. So that delivery that was pitched into the right area. The mid-wicket, I don't think the short mid-wicket was in the crucial position, but we'll get back to that.
And just batting sensibly here at the moment, the New Zealanders. Dong getting a single there that takes on to 18. Girl who's had a good series continues to impress with 30.
The Heat taking a toll here, Vinod, on the West Indian seamers. We saw that with Chanel Henry. Henry bowled like 5 overs on the trot. And Stacey and King was making the point. Maybe Haley Matthews maybe can use them in shorter spells. Maybe 2-3 over spells will take long so that the New Zealand batters don't get accustomed to one bowler too often.
Yes, Selman. So it's the end of the over, at the end of over number 22, 83 for 3.
Yeah, Selman's 5 has cost her 20. And Kerr has batted beautifully so far, 30 from 55. And Kerr looks like someone who likes to bat, likes to occupy the crease. And so that is going to be an important period of play here for New Zealand. And these two understand their role. And know, as Vinod was explaining, that you still have another 25 overs or more to go. So, hey, it's a lovely sunny day. You know, force the West Indians to bowl at you.
As easy as that. They're picking runs very easily at the moment.
So here's what I would do, Vinod. For Afi Fletcher, the short extra cover just needs to come a little bit straighter to her right and bring the fielder down on the boundary more straighter and force Fletcher to bowl a lot more straighter.
And she goes. Well. Kerr cutting uppishly. She's out caught at point. And that's a big wicket for the West Indies.
Just after a little water break. Just a slight change of loss of concentration there. Let's look at this one.
There's Fletcher. Yeah, that was a good delivery. It was pitched up, of course, spinning away, and she drove uppishly, not really getting over that. I thought that delivery she should have tried driving down the ground. She was looking to go squarer, bat probably turning in her hands, and uppishly she's out caught at point. That's a big breakthrough there for the West Indies, and New Zealand are now 84 for 4.
And Kerr, you could tell Vinod when she hit the ball and she realized she was out of position, she lost the balance. You could see she was very much up with herself, and she's talking to herself going in. You know, how can I just lose my concentration during the period of time? West Indies striking back 84 for 4.
So Fletcher has broken a very threatening partnership. What a wicket there by Fletcher. Kerr faced 56 deliveries for her 30. Didn't look in trouble at all.
Now, Vinod, let's look. Here's Halliday coming. Has just come in. I'm saying put the pressure on Halliday. We saw what happened in the second game. Halliday struggled. So you don't need the long on. You don't need the mid wicket, and you don't need the deep backward square.
Yeah, so you have mid wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, you have long on. Now, the ball, Fletcher's going to turn the ball more often than not into the left-handed Halliday. There's a packed offside field. Edged. And as Vernon Springer was saying, more pressure needed to be put on Halliday. Probably a second slip and that she would have been gone. Let's have a look. Yeah, pushing tentatively at that. There are now 4 fielders outside the circle. Cut away nicely down to third man. This is running away. And a good bit of work there by Selman.
So I'm an armchair coach, Vinod. Mid on, long off, inside your 30-yard circle. Yes, you maybe can leave the sweeper on the offside and the leg side and force Fletcher to be able to build the pressure.
I think at this point in time, a deep mid wicket is not necessary. Fletcher is getting thin, so you want to entice down to go down mid wicket with the ball turning away from her. Then the fielders in the offside could be in the money. That's the end of a successful over for Fletcher. New Zealand 87 for 4.
Yeah, we motoring on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. National hero ground being named after. There was a golf tournament yesterday, which I think I saw on my timeline. Sir Richie Richardson picking up some prizes. A number of top golfers, including Sir Viv, played yesterday. Kumar Rodney, Sylvester Joseph. A lot of juniors were given an opportunity. I think this month is Breast Awareness Month, Fernando. Yeah, so it was a charity. It was a charity run tournament. But we're back with the action, and Karishma Ramnarak.
She had a good game last game.
She did. For the left-hander, Vinod, I keep saying all the time, pressure has to be put on Halliday. Selman is having a conversation with Haley Matthews and saying,
we need to attack. That's exactly the conversation. So there is a slip in place, which is good. Backward point. Short cover. Mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket. And backward square. Ramhara breaks into her run and stops. The backward square has been moved right back on the boundary. Which might not be a bad move, with Ramharak looking to turn the ball away from the left-handed Halliday.
But it's a highly unlikely risk for her to hit the ball behind deep back square unless that's a bad line delivery.
I think she's being defensive, a bit too defensive at the moment. Unless Halliday just wants to nerdle it around the corner for a single to get off strike and play across the line. What she could have done is to leave her in or remove her totally from the backward square and have her look to access that bit of land down there, that acreage, with the ball turning away from her. Halliday gets it away, gets off the strike. She has struggled, brings it down on strike now.
I've observed covering West Indies cricket, Vinod, and maybe let's say the last 10 years, and you've been longer than me at this, but even traveling all around the World Cup. There's a time when the West Indies are on top as you're commentating, but don't seize that initiative to continue to drive home that initiative.
It has been a problem not only with the women team but the men team as well. There's been a tremendous effort. You always see a good effort from the bowlers up front, and a number of 7, 8 and even 9 batsmen in world cricket have scored centuries against the West Indies. The West Indies will have a team 100 for 5 and they'll go on to make 450, and you know, it's something we've seen too frequently. One, it could be lack of concentration, and the other could be fitness to keep up the intensity. So it's the end of the over, and Springer is quite right to say that the West Indies teams, representative West Indian teams, have been really having problems closing things off.
Even in batting, we'll be 102 without loss and fold up for no particular reason. You know, everybody will be saying, "Oh boy, we're gonna win this one," and then we make it closer than it is. Avril Fletcher's bowled well, Vinod.
She has. Looking to see if she can get that further breakthrough after removing Amelia Kerr, who drove uppishly to point, where Arlene took her second catch of the day. Got away nicely, that's 4. Quick hands shown there by Dong.
So if Fletcher is going to bowl that line, Vinod, then the long on and the long off can come inside the circle to a mid on and mid off, and force Lara down to come up with another shot.
Force her to go down the ground. Short and wide. So keeping it tight, building pressure, Fletcher.
Single onto the offside, Laura down. And there's a method also, Vinod. Sometimes you just don't have a slip because you want to have a slip. There has to be a particular reason why you want to be at slip and what you're trying to achieve. I think West Indies should be thinking about trying to bowl out New Zealand, especially inside the first 35 overs. That would have been my team mission.
Yeah. Given this position here, they should be really looking to bowl New Zealand out. 94 for 4 after 25.
So we're halfway there. And Halliday has shown that she's not a great player. But I think with added pressure by the West Indies team in terms of closing her down with some field placing, I think that they can create some pressure. We saw what happened in the second game, Vinod. West Indies got 8 wickets. And that's why I think it is important that if you knock over Down and Halliday, you should be thinking about bowling out New Zealand.
Loud appeal there by Ramharak. Ramharak alone.
She's still appealing. She's still appealing. It's not Joel Wilson, it's Carl Tuckett today, who looks around to say to her, that was going down, Lady Ramharak. She's maybe not convinced.
So the off spinner will want to get into the action. Had a very good first over where just 2 runs came.
Now I don't know if you picked up Vinod. Lara Down plays cross-batted shots. She doesn't drive the ball down the ground. Yeah. So it's something I think that Matthews will seriously have to also look at. Still feel that the feeler Vinod be the deep backward square in Taylor and Selman is wasted.
Oh, bad bit of fielding there by Henry. She has been absolutely brilliant in the field in this series, and it shows that she is human.
Yeah, good powerful shot there by Halliday, Vinod. And Ramharak just needs to settle and just relax herself. Brought the deep backward square inside. Selman having a conversation with Haley Matthews and saying, Skip, you know, let's try and build some more pressure still, especially to Halliday. Sure we can get Halliday.
Yeah, they don't want Halliday to settle. She's shown that she's vulnerable at the top of her innings.
100 up Vinod for New Zealand, 97 minutes in over number 26.
Good line by Ramharak. Not a bad over at all. Ramharak's 2 overs. Of course, the 8 runs, and at the end of 26, it's 100 for 4.
What is also very important as New Zealand has raised their 100 is that this partnership quickly has gone where they have picked up 16 runs from 22 deliveries. So it's more or less ruffled the West Indies team to a view. Haley Matthews is coming back. And they need someone who is going to come in the middle overs and get wickets. Somebody who's going to come in a strike ball and get 2-3 wickets. I still have not seen any Gajnabi, Vinod. I don't know if she's injured.
You haven't seen her this series. They should be taking 2 here. Oh, that's not good running by the Kiwis.
I think you would have to understand Lara Down hesitated for a while, and once she hesitated, Halliday sort of turned blind also. So I think that's where the miscommunication, that she was looking at the ball, it would have been a lot more easier. They made their mind up, because as you rightly said, it should have been 2.
Yeah, it was a weighted shot, so it gave her the opportunity to go back for 2 or at least try. It's a nice drive to the offside, pleasant.
One of the things I feel, Vinna, that the West Indian fielders are going to have to adapt to understand. There are about 8 squares here. So once you're inside the 25-yard circle, you have to give yourself a little room to see the ball, especially when it comes off the turf.
One more. Yeah, you're quite right about that. It's a big area inside the square. Would not be well grassed, obviously, because there are pitches there. The ball will shoot off those surfaces.
West Indies need to keep their calm, and they need to break this partnership. They need to believe that they can get one of these batters. 19 from 26.
Down is still there. This is an ever-present danger. End of the over, is it? And for a quick over there from Fletcher. $103 for 4 at the moment. Just past the halfway stage.
Don't think we'll see any Taylor today, Vinod?
I saw her this morning and she had an extensive session bowling before the match.
So, we have a change, Vinod. And with the change comes 4 fielders outside of the circle. I think the captain has got good control, Vinod, and I don't know if she needs the field at deep backward square, and I don't know if she leaves the long on.
So Healy Matthews in a 6th over has been impressive in terms of her economy rate and control. I just want to add a wicket or two to that wickets column now.
You surprised, Vinod, that West Indies went for McLean as a keeper and
Not surprised. Not surprised. I think she's better served wicket keeping than being out on the outfield. She did not do such a great job. In the outfield in those first 2 games. This is worked away.
poor running again, Vinod.
Yeah, not putting the field under no pressure whatsoever.
So 28 overs bowled, the partnership 20 from 34. Hayley Matthews 6 has cost 15 runs. No wicket to show for anything yet. Halliday growing in confidence. She's 10 from 17. Down is 29 from 46. And New Zealand 104 for 4. Still be trying to think about getting to 200 if these two can bat the entire 50 overs.
Yeah, this should be the plan. The plan is to bat all the overs, and if they do that, They will get a good score, probably in excess of 200. Oh, what a brilliant cotton bowl! Affy Fletcher, take a bow.
That was a beautiful flighted delivery. And Affy Fletcher at 35 years, Vinod, had to get down. Just look at her reaction time. In fact, both hands. That was excellent. And the drama of it is just looking at the position in terms of how umpire Jacqueline Williams had to get herself into position to still look and still try to scamper to work out if she would have missed it.
It's a hard job being an umpire.
I used to be scared as a coach, Vinod. When you had to stand behind the stump and the late when Morton was batting. He ferociously hit the ball straight.
So they're having drinks.
No, I don't think it's the official drinks break. And this, I think, will change, Vinod, going forward. They're going to alert you that this is not going to be possible.
Yep.
Lots of changes coming forward, Vinod.
Yep.
October 1st, 2022.
A lot of changes. ICC just looking to keep things fresh. So at the moment, the West Indies taking wicket number 5.
And they finally got Halliday. So 105 for 5. New Zealand losing wickets at 1 for 14, 2 for 14, 3 for 51, 4 for 79, 5 for 99. No, it'll be 5 for 104. And the dot balls really racking up here. Affy Fletcher's bowled well so far. 2 for 21. The partnership broken. Good first up delivery. Georgia Plymouth has come out for New Zealand. And we look around and see she is making her debut. 18 years old. She gets a wide ball from Affy Fletcher. She's not interested. So New Zealand would have traveled with a number of uncapped players here. And this is another 18-year-old Isabella Gaze, the wicketkeeper. She made her debut also in the first ODI. Well, let's see what Plymouth has to offer. She comes quietly across and defends that. Like to see the long off come inside the circle, especially for the new batter here in Plymouth. Fletcher in now to bowl to Plymouth, who's just working this into the mid-wicket area. Chanel Henry coming around there. Can't stop the single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 106 for 5. Down. Airs on strike. She comes in. And she gets a delivery and just turns it around into the mid-wicket area. Just more or less into the square leg area. And Henry has to come around very quickly. Can't stop the single. She goes to 30. Plymouth is 29 overs completed. New Zealand 106 for 5. And Fletcher, a brilliant ball on court to pick up a second wicket. 2 for 23 from some 5 overs tonight. Count run rate is 3.66. So New Zealand still motoring on. Have another 21 overs to go. And the folks on the manual scoreboard here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, a remarkable job here so far. So Hayley Matthews has pulled herself out of the attack as she's now brought back Selman into the attack. And maybe just trying to see if they can maybe keep the pressure on New Zealand. As Selman goes past umpire Carl Tuckett. First up delivery, stroked away by Lauren down to Hayley Matthews. Selman, before this series, would have played some 95 matches, so she's nearing 100, which would be a major achievement for her. And she would join a very elite list of Anissa Mohammed and Stephanie Taylor, playing in her 90th game. Short delivery, pulled down again by Selman. Coming around out to Allen in the deep. Mid-wicket era, they only get one run, as Plymouth was guilty of looking at the ball. .107 for 5. Down is 31. Plymouth is 1. Selman into her 6th over. We're in the number 4 from the circle. The Ambrose end goes past and by Carl Tuckett, and Plymouth is just backing across, playing this out to the backward point fielder in Stephanie Taylor, former West Indies women's captain. They get an easy single. Plymouth goes to 2. Score goes to 108 for 5. We're into over number 30. Interesting times ahead here for women's cricket all around the world and for West Indies. They'll play some 66 matches over the next Olympic cycle. Another slow delivery by Selman, but Down is able to just more or less just quietly just open the face onto the offside. Played with nice soft hands and was able to pick up a single. She goes to 32. The score goes to 109 for 5. It brings Plymouth, the debutant, 18-year-old debutant from New Zealand, on strike. Sakira Selman to Plymouth, pitched up, and she's driving through cover for an easy single. Kashona Knight coming around. She can't stop that. The boundaries are massive here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Could I be able to ask Ailey, Stacy and King, if there's not a jurisdiction of the boundaries for the women's game, because these are massive here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 110 for 5. Down on strike. She's 32 from 44. And she's back and across and just turning it up to the short mid-wicket area. Over completed. 31 overs bowled. Yeah, 31 overs bowled. And a very important period of players. My good friend, I did say 31, it should be 30. 30 overs bowled. As I say, still good morning. Based on my watch, it's 11:29 in Antigua. Morning, comrade.
Morning again, Vernon Springer.
How well Fletcher has bowled.
She's been impressive. She's picked up 2 wickets in short space of time. She's bowled 5 overs for 23 runs. For those 2 wickets.
She played some 58 matches before this series, 66 wickets. So she's been a servant. A best of 4 for 22. She's got 2 for 23, so she maybe would like to get a 5er here against New Zealand. Driven down the ground for an easy single. Can't help Stacy and King and looking at this new batter who has just come in, Plymouth, and you got long on and long off. Still baffling me.
And she's on debut as well, Georgia Plymouth. Just 18 years of age. Yeah, just possibly, well, Haley Matthews is now coming into slip, but need to be more attacking to her.
Fletcher herself guilty of overpitching there and giving Laura Down enough time to be able to stroke this out to the sweeper on the offside. I can understand the sweeper on the offside, but the long on and the long off, that's a no-no. Mid on, mid off. Especially for Plymouth, was shown that, you know, on debut, that you can put some pressure on her. Over number 31 is completed. New Zealand are 114 for 5. The West Indies need to clinically end well.
Yeah, they've picked up those wickets, as I mentioned, within this middle period. It has been good bowling. Nafi Fletcher, Shakira Salmon, who picked up that wicket of Marty Green, Susie Bates. One scalp to Chanel Henry, and Sophie Devine, one scalp to Arlene. So good bowling thus far. As I say, welcome to Vinod Mamjan.
Thanks a lot, Stacey. I'm sure you're happy with what you would have seen so far from the West Indies team. Their fielding has really improved.
Yeah, good fielding to back up those bowling spells. Just 6 bowlers used from Hayley Matthews. Alea Allen, well, she's taken, I think that was 2 brilliant catches.
So it's Plymouth. The Phillies pushing on the offside. Debutant seems to be a busy little player.
And it's important during this period of play as well. You know, West Indies, they seem to be a bit flat, but Georgia Plymouth is just happy to take pace off, get forward defensive, and take off for a run.
Springer and I were having the conversation. I would like to get your thoughts on it. Even the West Indies men's team, we have seen this in the recent past where they tend to get through the top order. Lower order batters tend to frustrate them. You have number 7, 8, and 9 getting centuries against the West Indies team. What you feel is a problem? What is causing that?
I think just a lack of concentration within the middle period of their games. Just being a bit too quiet as well, because you sometimes would need the wicketkeeper to just keep being chirpy. I know when I played, we've had that problem forever.
Mm-hmm.
What had worked at that point was getting different players to support and carry the team for 5 over stints. So that helped at some point, but yeah, it's really a problem that persists and nags West Indies cricket on a whole.
Yeah, you know, and I think they can probably do with that now. Natasha McLean is normally a boisterous person. She's the West Indies wicketkeeper today. In your time, who would have been, should I say, the chirpiest of players out there?
Yeah, well, it went around from, first of all, it would start with the wicketkeeper who had the majority of the work to do, which was Kaisia Knight at that point. And then it eventually would have passed around to like a Shakira Salmon or Chanel Henry, myself, Marissa Aguilera, who was also captain at one point, and wicketkeeper. So just sharing the responsibility because it's a team effort.
Yes. So Salman continues to be tight. 1 for 27 and 7. At the end of 32, the ladies score 116 for 5. So it continues to be a lovely day here. Have you been able to get her Stacey?
I get wrong in Antigua, you mean?
Yes.
I haven't done a lot. I'm kind of very quiet person, so tend to just occupy my space and enjoy my space a lot. But yeah, I did hang out a bit with some friends, some local friends, a couple of days ago.
And enjoying the lovely island of Antigua. Antigua has been good to West Indies cricket. The government has been a big supporter of West Indies cricket. The West Indies cricket headquarters, of course, being right here in Antigua. And we're going to see Stephanie Taylor take up the attack from the southern end. Taylor, who had an extended spell this morning during the warm-up session with the ball. under the watchful eyes of Coach Courtney Walsh. She starts with a wide. Good take down the leg side there by Natasha McLean.
Yeah, she has been struggling, other than that second ODI where she bowled this 3 overs for 17, picked up 1 wicket. And we won comes at that time, and that wicket was from a long hop, from a bad ball.
Yes. And I remember saying at a point in time, she has the golden arm. But there you can see on the right, some supporters are coming out. Those 2 ladies have been here every day. They have been joined by some more friends today. Don't know if they will venture across in the bouncy castle a little later on.
I saw there are some kids, and I think, as Vernon Springer mentioned, children are free. And that's because of that play area that Cricket West Indies has set up. So an opportunity just to bring the family out.
Yes, bring the kids out and let them see the cricket. They can also have, we know about kids and their attention span, so they can also have a good time at the bouncy castle. There's a trampoline as well. So just trying to settle in here in her first over, Stephanie Taylor. Too wide. Easy pickings for Dong. They need to remove Dong. The Dong has been holding that middle order together. They need to get rid of her. She's on a 35. Taylor still trying to work her way back to full fitness as well. I'm afraid she has been too wide in this over. Down the leg side, on the offside. 6 the result. At the end of 33, it's 122 for 5.
Yeah, and an option for Hayley Matthews, just using bowlers in short spells. It's something that we were talking about earlier. Maybe it's a good option for her because she has a number of bowlers. She has only used 7 of them so far. And she has another all-rounder in Shabika Gajnabi, who hasn't featured in this series with the ball. And Karishma Ramharak has only bowled 2 overs for 8 runs. So it's interesting to see how Hayley Matthews will proceed with her bowling changes.
Speaking about bowling changes, I see taking off the attack now from the northern end. It's Aliyah Arlene, who was impressive early on.
Yeah, she was. Aliyah Arlene, she's bowled 6 overs for 17 runs and picked up 1 wicket, economy rate of 2.83. And that 1 wicket she picked up, Aliyah Arlene, was of Sophie Devine. But she's maintained, she's gotten a lot done with the new ball. So a chance here with the ball being a couple overs old, 33 overs. And she comes back and let's see what she can produce. Yeah, straining her line. And that happens when she gets a bit too straight. And the ball swings into the leg side of Lauren Down. Yeah, she'll have to come bowl a couple yards to her left. Yeah, much better delivery. I do like the backing up of Georgia Plymouth. She just seems to be ready. She's eager, she's young, and she's ready. Yorker length delivery from Alia Arlene. Dong not getting her bat, not making any contact at all with that delivery. A reminder, in this third ODI between West Indies and New Zealand already lead or have won the series 2 games previously. They won the toss in this third ODI and opted to have a bat first. So this is the first time that they're batting first in the series. 123 for 5 in 33.4 overs. Arlene continues, but a swing and a miss from Georgia Plymouth. Really seems to want to get on with things. A wide delivery this time from Alia Arlene. Georgia Plymouth would have made her T20 debut for New Zealand at Commonwealth Games. That was in the semi-final against Australia. So fairly young in terms of her career.
Too wide. Plymouth getting a tick outside edge down to third man. Not happy with herself. It's the end of the over. 7 overs, 1 for 20. Arlene has done her work. After 34, it's 125 for 5.
The teams and umpires just have a drinks break at this time.
Yeah, it's very hot out there. So I think that'll be much welcome.
And it has been good from West Indies. They've used 7 bowlers thus far. Afi Fletcher standing out with her 2 for 26 off 6. Chanel Henry and Alia Allen, who opened the bowling, they were very well set, picked up 1 wicket each. 1 for 18, Chanel Henry from 5, and Alia Allen 1 for 20 off 7. And Shakira Salman, the other successful bowler, with 1 for 27 off 7.
Yeah, the West Indies bowlers have not done badly at all. 125 for 5. I think the key now here is to look to continue taking wickets and see if they can restrict New Zealand to less than, let's say, 175.
Yeah, that Lauren Dong with that 37 or 57 not out, she's going to be there. They'll need to see the back of her. Georgia Plymouth is 10 off 18. She just seemed to want to get along with things. Maddie Green scored 14 off 25 and Amelia Kerr 30 off 56.
Yeah, I think Plymouth is one who can probably look to... She has been rotating the strike nicely. Dong, we know, has been doing that as well. And if the West Indies, I think this water break might just come at the right time where they can regroup, you know, have a word with their coach and look to come back and continue that disciplined effort over the last 16 overs. Hopefully from a West Indian standpoint, it doesn't go down to 16 overs and they can probably make further inroads and see if they can bowl New Zealand out.
Well, we normally see drinks breaks. After drinks breaks, wickets fall. So from a West Indies perspective, they'll be hoping for whatever messages that head coach Courtney Walsh would possibly send out with one of those 3 fielders in bibs. You know, just to reiterate where they are at, West Indies, and where they need to be. They've already picked up, they've done the hard yards, they've picked up wickets.
A number of the girls is doing some stretching exercises out there. 34 overs in this heat tends to take a toll on you.
And that'll be a challenge for them as well. How do they get past this? Do they go in terms of 5 over spells? Do they work in terms of 7 over spells? Just to keep pushing themselves and keep that momentum up, because they've gotten 5 wickets, 5 top wickets at that. And Sophie Devine and Susie Bates didn't really make an impact in this game. So an opportunity now to clamp things down on this New Zealand inexperienced team. And I say inexperienced because of the amount of them that are making their debut.
Well, it's going to be Taylor to continue from the far end. And she just had the 1 over, caused 6 runs. Looking to work her way back into some sort of rhythm. Might be a bad idea just to throw Henry in for a 2 over spell. You know, tell her just go flat out for 2 or 3 overs, because she has been bowling with some good pace today, and see if she can get the breakthrough.
And it's something we saw, almost a tactic from New Zealand as well. When they bowl, Susie Bates normally comes in, and we've seen her bowl spin this time around. She has just bowled a couple overs for 10 runs and 12 runs respectively in the 2 games, just to bring something different and that experience as well.
Jacqueline Williams just signaling the dead ball.
I would have liked to see the slip still in play for Georgia Plymouth. Good advancement, good connection. Even though Natasha McLean is right behind the stump, she's not afraid to advance. That is confidence.
Yeah, seems to be very good against the spin. Just picking off the runs easily here. I'm surprised that Ramharak has had just the 2 overs.
He's going freely through that offside. If Taylor is going to bowl that line, and I know she's been struggling a bit with her lines and length, and I don't see why not take a feeler from that leg side and try to plug the run scoring or those singles on the off.
Driving again.
Well, she won't mind those singles and not boundaries. But if you can prevent a single from happening, because if they score a runner ball, it will be 6 runs and over.
Uppishly but safely. End of the over from Taylor. 2 overs, none for 11 from her. West Indies will think that they need to break this partnership now. After 35, it's 131 for 5.
Well, they should be thinking that along those lines, because if they don't, that means the 50 overs they'll be out there for. As a player, sometimes you just want to get things over and done with, try to wrap up, and I won't even say the tail, but try to wrap up the ending here as soon as possible. Maybe might need to bring back a Chanel Henry for a couple overs just to see if she can make a breakthrough. But Allen will continue. Wayward down the leg side. She'll have to rebowl that.
Yeah, Allen again. What we're seeing from her is what we saw earlier on this morning when she started her spell, where she's one of those bowlers who has to warm into the task. It's a good delivery. Coming back into the right-hander. Plymouth. Handles it well. She has to be careful though. She seems to be just falling away slightly when she plays across that front pad. And this is where she could be a leg before candidate. And Arlene will be working on that. This one holds its own now. You almost feel when Arlene is bowling that something could happen.
Yeah, those variations that she executes, just as I mentioned, probably tries to do a bit too much at times rather than nag at a line and length. But she's been impressive. Yeah, she needs to understand or realize the strengths and weaknesses with her bowling as well. If she bowls too straight, if she starts on that middle stump line, it will continue to go leg-sided. So she has to bowl at that off stump, middle and off stump region to swing into or crash into that middle and leg stump region.
Tuckett was a bit lenient, I think, early on. Signals wide.
Also shows the importance of, as your coaches would say, being switched on, being ready all the time. When the captain is ready to give you a ball, you've got to be ready. Good comeback delivery.
Bit of a false stroke there by Dong. He should be better still looking to play those deliveries down the ground as opposed to looking to play it square.
At least 2 wickets have fallen in that square region, that backward point region. Arlene taking one of those catches. And then Shakira Selman. And so yeah, just the basics of getting to the pitch of the ball and driving through mid-on and mid-off.
So this partnership is becoming worrisome for the West Indies. Another good delivery there by Arlene, going right through down. And that's the end of the over. 135 for the loss of 5, 36 score.
Georgia Plymmer she has been impressive on debut. 14 of 25, but she's looked really busy. She's come out with intent. And again, rebuilding phase for New Zealand cricket and West Indies as well. They've lost a number of players. New Zealand due to retirement in Katie Martin, Amy Satterthwaite, former captain, and Frankie McKay. So a few young players getting an opportunity and again being rewarded for their domestic season. As mentioned, it's a new direction for New Zealand cricket. They've contracted those young players. Karishma Ramharak, one of those young players, getting an opportunity, which Anisa Mohammed not being featured in this series. And she has been impressive.
Yeah, she has done well. Big shoes to fill, but she's come in, she has taken the opportunity, and she has done well.
She picked up career best figures of 3 for 22 off 6 in the previous game. What I have noticed is she's worked really hard in her fitness. Usually, and this is when I played amongst Karishma Ramharak, she would never be one of those feelers out in the boundary. She'd never be sweeping. because she's always been too slow. But seen her featured in these matches, and she's been impressive.
Yeah, she has been sweeping, you know, just the last over she was actually on the sweeper's boundary. Cover boundary sweeping, so that's good that she's working on her fitness. What the West Indies don't want here is New Zealand batting these overs out.
And she's into her 17th game, 14 games before this series started. And has a best of 2 for 28. Economy rate of 4.40.
Back looking to get this away from backward point. But Plymouth there went right across her stumps and was able to work this away. She gets 2. Slowness of the track, allowing her the luxury of going right across her stumps, exposing her stumps, and still getting it away.
Yeah, fearless. And I guess that comes with being an 18-year-old. You're just not afraid to play your shots. You're confident. You have an opportunity, and you just want to make the best of it.
She's doing that. So still 13 overs to go. And the captain is back.
And I was talking earlier about New Zealand women's cricket and changes they've made in July 2022, which was a couple months ago. They made some groundbreaking agreements. New Zealand professional men and women's cricketer to receive the same pay for the same work on the same day. So a landmark agreement by New Zealand Cricket, the 6 major associations, and New Zealand Cricket Players Association.
Wow. That's really good. As we know, the men are handsomely paid.
So again, you can see why the urgency for these young players to really take and grasp this opportunity.
Lovely shot down to third man, playing this as late as possible. And a good bit of work down there. Ram Harak again. So 142 for 5. Long has really held this New Zealand middle order together. Now and then she has played a naughty shot like you saw there.
Just look at Georgia Plymouth. Look at where she's backing up from.
She's anxious. She's a
looking,
busybody.
always looking.
Yeah. Quick single taken. And Fletcher turning quickly. So the West Indies just looking here to get that breakthrough. Hasn't been coming. Matthews has been good. 7 overs for 18 runs. And after 38, it's 143 for 5.
7 bowlers used for Matthews and West Indies women. Now, if you Fletcher standing out with her 6 overs, 2 for 26. Yeah, the wicket takers would be Shakira Salman with 1 for 27 off 7, and Chanel Henry and Alea Allen, who picked up 1 apiece.
Oh, that's a good shot. Cut away in the gap. It's going to run away for 4. That's a good shot. She actually played that after the delivery passed her, and she was able to get it fine. Look at it. She waited, and after the delivery passed her, she was able to get it through the gap for 4.
Good awareness, good field awareness from Lauren Down, who now moves on to 49.
What an innings it has been from her. So that's a 50. 70 deliveries. Young Plymouth goes across just to shake hands, congratulate her.
It brings up her 3rd one-day international 50, Lauren Down. Well, that's a ball and caught.
Well, as easy as that. I got caught. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's only because I saw Plymouth walking away, but Karishma Ramharak took that catch and just threw up the ball, almost like, yeah, easy.
Well, the breakthrough is here. The West Indies getting a very vital breakthrough. Young Plymouth. As you can have a look here. Ramharak bowling a delivery, tossing it up, and the bat turning in her hands. As Stacey King was saying earlier on, Plymouth had no problems advancing down the track. On that occasion, the bat turned in her hands, and she did not get to the pitch of it. Ramharak completing a fine quarter and bowl, 148 for 6. Now the West Indies will be looking to go further into the tail.
Yeah, their tails should be up because batters to come are easy gaze, Jessica, Molly Penfold and Fran Jonas. So not a lot of experience within that lot. But they will play a Plymouth's innings. They'll try to keep things going. Good breakthrough from Karishma Ramharak, who picks up her 2nd. And her 5th in the series.
Wow. So, she's holding her own. So there is a change. McLean has now given up the gloves. Rashada Williams is back behind the stumps. One wonders what prompted that.
And Cherry-Ann Fraser is on the field as well.
Yes, I saw her running on. McLean goes to short 3rd man. Is it a case where McLean has done away with the glove because of the fact that she wants to just take it easy, knowing that pretty soon she'll be opening the batting?
Well, Rashada Williams is usually her partner, her batting opening partner. So,
well, Williams though was not keeping wicket early on.
well, her legs might be fresher, yes.
Yes.
But an interesting move.
Yeah, very interesting. Normally you don't see that too often, unless the wicketkeeper is injured. But McLean is not. She remains out there. Seems to be labouring a bit though.
Yeah, probably from that task of being a wicket keeper, you've got to be bending a lot.
Yes.
So just probably a bit of pressure on her back. As you mentioned, just to release that because, of course, you want her to bat and bat long in this game. So give her an opportunity just to stretch things out a bit.
So here is Haley Matthews. Dong continues to give trouble here for the West Indies, driving the square. Enough room on that to get back for 2.
We're trying
And
to
the
find out.
150 is up. Sorry, Stacey.
That's okay. Trying to find out who was the player off the field, but it seems to be Afi Fletcher. Cherry Ann Fraser is on as a substitute.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Coming back, taking the inside half of the bat. One more to Dong. Dong goes on to 53. Easy Gaze comes in now.
Debutant from the first ODI.
Well, there was Fraser. I think her first touch of the ball. Umpire Tuckett has been understanding with those deliveries. One to end the over, is it? Or still a delivery to go? Oh, yes, one delivery to go. And it's 152 for 6. The West Indies would not feel comfortable until they see the back of Dong. There's an opportunity now with skipper Matthews.
Well, it's either you get Dong's wicket or you get wickets on the other end, so she runs out of partners.
So at the end of 40, it's 152 for 6. And back with us will be Vernon Springer.
Easy Gaze, 18 years of age. And she had an impressive season with the glove and bat for Auckland Hearts, her club team in New Zealand. Caught the eyes of the White Ferns selectors, and here she is. New Zealand's batting coach, Sarah McGlashan, a former player. She was impressed with Easy Gaze and her wicket-keeping skill.
Down the onside. Starts to the wide here, Ramnarak. Umpire Jacqueline Williams gets out both of her hands, and the score in the meantime goes up to 153 for 6. Start with that wide. Bang on target is another good delivery. I'm a little surprised that Renisa Boyce, who was the West Indies A-team keeper, is not in the conversation and not part of this setup. We've seen a strange move here today where Natasha McLean started as the wicketkeeper, and then we had a situation where Rashada Williams took over. So I don't know if McLean has picked up an injury or something, but we'll find out. Here is Gaze just working this into the mid-wicket area. Afi Fletcher has to come around and pick it up quite quickly. In the meantime, Gaze picks up her third run. No, I think Gaze is on strike, so let me I'm trying to give Gaze an extra run. Down is gone to 53 from 74. Ramnarak has bowled well from the Sir Andy Robertson. Straighter, faster to Gaze, and all Gaze can do is just defend.
This has been good from Karishma Ramharak. Just 19 runs off her 4 overs thus far, well 20.
Ramnarak to Gaze. Gaze punching, can't beat the backward point in Selman. And the end of over number 41, New Zealand 154 for 6. And this looks like a 180 score.
Yeah, I'd say a 180, 185 score for New Zealand. If they can get there, another 10 overs, another 9 overs.
Think they might be able to sneak 30 singles out of that?
Well, they're quite capable because Lauren Down is still there, and we've just seen the urgency from Georgia Plymouth and these young players to rotate the strike, which is important in this phase.
West Indies captain Haley Matthews starts with a wide delivery, spanked out to Kashana Knight to sweep in.
And something that I've noticed is this pair, they haven't played much shots down the ground. So from a West Indies perspective, might just think to strengthen those squarer boundaries and those squarer fields, because all they seem to be doing is pushing into the offside, into those gaps, those vacant gaps, and picking up singles, rotating the strike.
Well, Laura Downs 50, 3 boundaries and 1 6. You know, explains your point as to what you were talking about. Here is Matthew driving. She's Laura Down, ball on court, and it's another wicket for the West Indies. This time is Issa Gaze, who is caught and bowled. She wasn't to the pitch of that delivery. Down. Oh, she would be very much upset with herself on that shot.
Yeah, Lauren Down will be disappointed. She has to go for 53, a well-played innings, 53 of 78. Another caught and bowl, that makes it 3 for West Indies bowlers.
She can't believe that she got out that way.
Again, Haley Matthews just possibly varying her length. It's good bowling. We were wondering where a wicket was going to come from for West Indies, and well, Captain Haley Matthews has put her hands up.
So New Zealand losing another important wicket. Jessica is on strike, and she's squeezing this one out to Taylor on the onside. Both umpires have a communication sign where Carl Tuckey puts up his right hand to indicate that there should be 2 legal deliveries left in the over. Matthews from the Sir and Curtly Ambrose end. Another dot ball.
This is where they need to keep that pressure building. A new batter is in the crease, and there's 1 ball to go.
Over 42 completed. And a very critical time here, 155 for 7. We have a situation here where Gaze is not out in 3. Kerr has just come and faced also 3 deliveries. Matthews 9 overs. She's been able to pick up 1 for 23. First wicket for the day.
And 6 out of those 7 bowlers used thus far for West Indies have picked up wickets. Fletcher standing out with her 2 for 26 off 6.
Ramlarak bang on target to Gaze. Good flight, good control, good variation. Today is a massive day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's Kids Zone Day, organized by Cricket West Indies. Here is Gaze back and getting on outer edge of the bat. It will give McLean some running. Her football skills came into effect there. Beautiful piece of work there. And then she receives a little applause there from Selman to say you got to be able to cut that one off. But it was a valiant effort. And I would say she saved 2 runs in the process. Gaze goes to 5. The score goes up to 157 for 7. Scoring has been very difficult here, Stacey and King.
Yeah, I'd bring that fine leg or that deep square leg up into the circle just to create a bit more pressure. I don't think they need 3 feelers out for easy gaze. She's only 5 of 13.
Well, I can think about how many balls that the deep backward square has fielded for the day. Even the long on. I appealed for leg before Ramnarak, but I think she was hit outside the line. She had a big stride there. Gaze.
Let's have another look. That's a good stride.
That's what saved her. She got out to the pitch of the ball and she stayed very low. Ramnarak, the ball to Gaze short, and she's back and punching that out to the sweeper. And every now and again, Ramnarak tells to pull down the delivery.
Yeah.
It just needs to, it's muscle memory. Just keep rolling it over all the time. Look at those angles. They still have out long on, mid wicket and deep backward square, and a fielder on the offside for Kerr, who's a naught.
Yeah, too defensive.
Yeah.
And again gets off the mark quite easily.
And another delivery pulled down by Ramnarak and allowing Kerr to get onto the back foot, slapping it out to the sweeper. Allen, she couldn't, on this massive boundary here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, she struggled for a while to get the ball in to Rashada Williams, who is keeping 43 overs bowled. New Zealand are 160 for 7. And I just think that Hayley Matthews needs to find that killer instinct and say, hey, we're going to bowl New Zealand out under 180. Give us a challenge yourself with something.
Yeah, try to impact the game rather than to just keep reacting to situations.
It's bolder. That's what you want to see. You want to see that happening, especially when it comes down to, you know, some of the debutants here. Gaze, bowled all over the place by Hayley Matthews. Just look at this delivery. It's gone right through her gate.
Showing all her experience, Hayley Matthews. 73 matches for West Indies. So, again, much more experience and a much needed breakthrough for the West Indies women coming from their skipper, Easy Gaze, and goes for 6 of 16.
And this is
New
the
Zealand
second,
160 for 8.
this is the second time she's been bowled in the series. So it's something I think that she will certainly have to work out in the back of her mind.
Yeah, she was bowled by Karishma Ramharak in the previous game.
So, West Indies 160 for 8. Stephanie Taylor comes up to Hayley Matthews and says, we have to attack. It's just too frequent. We've got 2 new batters in now for New Zealand. And we still have an open field. We got a long on, sweep on the offside, a mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Taylor is saying, let's get in a slip. Gotta have a slip in. You gotta get a slip in at this point in time. We have 3 wasted feelers, 3 on the leg side. You got Penfold, who's just coming.
I think it's Molly Penfold.
Yeah.
Both her and Fran Jonas are the 2 batters left.
Matthews can bang on target.
Yeah, Yeah, confirmation it is Molly Penfold.
Yes, Matthews is into her 10th over. Still 3 wasted fielders outside. New Zealand 160 for 8. 160 for 8. You got a deep backward square, a mid wicket, a long one, and a sweeper on the offside.
And Penfold is only into her 3rd game for New Zealand, 3rd batting innings. So you need to have a much more aggressive feel to her, a much more attacking feel.
You know, I would use reverse psychology against New Zealand. Just say that, West Indies, New Zealand want 180 to win. You give yourself a target. They 160 for 8 with 6 overs to go. You turn it into a contest. Bowl them out.
Yeah, so this is where it comes down to those strategic areas where they've got 2 wickets to spare, 2 wickets in hand, New Zealand. From a West Indies perspective, Jess Kerr is the more experienced. She has 20 matches under her belt. So I try to give her a single, get Penfold on strike, and just cloud her with fielders.
Kerr advancing, and when she got there, had to check her shot, and in the end just blocked it. New Zealand 160 for 8. Penfold is not. Kerr facing. She's on 2. Jess Kerr, not Amelia Kerr. This is Jess, and Jess Kerr is driving, getting an easy single on the offside.
Yeah, good single. From a West Indies perspective, good single.
But now the pressure needs to
build. Now will you
build.
make those changes? Exactly. Get a slip in. Get that deep square in the circle. Again, as I mentioned, she's into her 3rd game. She has a high score of not out.
Penfold gets a straight delivery and just blocks it.
Yeah, she'll be happy to do that at this stage.
161 for 8. Need some intensity. You need something happening. It's just too basic, just too defensive. Penfold again trying to just block it out. Jessica is just saying, just keep batting, just keep batting. You remember the basics. Ramnarak into bowl to Penfold, and she's getting fancy, and she gets off the mark quite easily. Very important run. Afi Fletcher can't stop the single. Over number 45 completed. New Zealand 162 for 8. Penfold is 1 and Kerr is 3.
Yeah, and she gets that single and gets back on strike. So an opportunity for West Indies women to attack. Molly Penfold, she's just 21 years of age, more known for her batting for her bowling, as a bowling all-rounder. Only debuted for New Zealand versus England September 21st, 2022, so made her debut a couple months ago.
Just checking and seeing that somebody has been whisked away into the ambulance.
None of the players, hopefully.
Hope not.
That's just to show you how humid and hot things are out there.
Penfold comes half forward to Afi Fletcher delivery. She's bowled well, Afi Fletcher. 35 years of age, good control, 2 for 26. Hayley Matthews still have 4 fielders outside of the circle. Penfold is on driving down the ground, so they're not interested in any runs there. Pretty interesting. So I think Now they're going to have a conversation because that should have been a long single.
Yeah, just having a chat with Molly Penfold, probably asking her to find a single to give her the strike.
But there was one. Fletcher into both, and Penfold driving in the air and getting away with it. Chanel Henry, there could be some mix-up. They think she's outrun out. How unlucky. Describe that, Sherry-Ann.
Well, Chanel Henry, I thought that didn't give a better effort to take the catch. By her standards, Molly Penfold was looking for 2 runs. She was trying to get back on strike.
She turned blind also.
Yeah, she did turn blind on a direct hit from Chanel Henry. How unfortunate for Penfold. Yeah, she has to go for 1 off 11, but...
And when the effort from Chanel Henry, if she's slightly injured, because I saw bending over every now and again. She looked a bit gingerly. Yeah, so I'm wondering if she... But she made up ground, so the good thing about it is that not coming up with a catch, but a reaction and the miscommunication with Kerr and Penfold has cost New Zealand another wicket. 162 for 9.
Well, that leaves Fran Jonas to make her way out.
And she's bowled well. Let's hope that she can bat well to get some runs. So 162 for 9, we into over number 46. Fletcher is into her 7th over, 2 for 26. She's bowled well so far. And she's gone right through.
Yeah, beaten.
Frank Jonas and Rashada Williams, who must be thinking about batting after this break. Here is Jonas back and punching that out to the sweeper. Now, if the sweeper was inside the 30-yard circle, then you would be able to track that. You wouldn't have been able to get that single. Fletcher completes her over, and Jonas is off the mark with a single.
I think that was just Kerr, actually, because of the non-striker end where the run out occurred. 24. But good signs here for West Indies women. New Zealand opting to have a bat first time in this ODI series, in this 3-match series. West Indies have them at 164 for 9.
Right, so we got Cheska, who is in strike. She's on 4. Jonas is yet to get off the mark. Ramnarak will be looking for another wicket. And she advances. So I think what might automatically look like it's going to happen is Jessica wants to face as much balls as possible in these last couple of overs and see how much run she can get for New Zealand. She was coming down the wicket there and had to get back into her crease because Ramnarak adjusted her length there and really wasn't flighting it enough. 1 for 27 Ramnarak. Kerr is 4. Kerr is driving, can't score still. The score remains a 164 for 9. Originally we were talking about 180, but that doesn't seem on the card right now. Jonas, almost guilty of backing up too far.
Yeah, I saw that a couple of times in this game so far and could only just laugh because I thought about that Charlie Dean and Dipti Sharma dismissal as well.
And I think Ramnarak just sort of said, hello, go back, stay in your crease. But it's in the rules of the game. You know, why should you be jump starting ahead of everybody? Here is Kerr getting a single. And the West Indies didn't keeper down. She was able to keep the strike. So 1 run out of that over. And New Zealand may be contented to just make sure that they bat out the 50 overs here. 165 for 9, Kerr 5, Jonas is not, 47 overs bowled. It now means that New Zealand have 18 legal deliveries, and Ramnarak's 8 has cost her 28 with a wicket in that column.
7 bowlers used by Hayley Matthews. Matthews herself picking up 2 for 23 of her 10. And Fletcher, the other successful bowler with 2 wickets for 28. She entered her 8th over.
So we have a long on, a long off, a sweep on the offside and a mid wicket. Fletcher's first delivery is pulled down, and Kerr was able to head it down to Natasha McLean at long on. McLean from my distance, Stacey Ann, looks like she's carrying a little niggle. I see every minute just talking to herself.
It just seems to be that right thigh as well, because you can just see that she's constantly, that left thigh, sorry, just shaking that leg. Or at least we can see.
And maybe she's conserving energy also. She maybe doesn't even want to run. And maybe that's why she might have been in a better position. She's limping, that left thigh, as you rightly said. I was looking at her before. Hope it's not cramps. She's got to come into effect. Yes, she's moving gingerly. They get 1 run. She rightfully return back. I hope this does not affect her in batting.
I do hope so, but a good decision to just swap wicket keepers. Get her to stretch her legs a bit. Might have to be an ice bath between the break as well.
That single to Jonas, and then another single to Jessica. So Afi Fletcher just trying something, just looping up the ball a little bit more. And maybe, as you don't want to say buy a wicket, but she maybe fancies herself to get another wicket here. It's gone through the gate. What a beauty. That was given generous flight, and it hit the right area. The only thing it didn't happen, it didn't take an edge, and it didn't hit the off stump. 168 for 9, 48 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the CG United Insurance Series, West Indies women versus New Zealand women, and New Zealand leading the 3-match ODI series 2-0.
I think from a New Zealand perspective, they might just be disappointed with the fact that they're 168 for 9 in their 48 overs, because they seem to, well, that's a wicket. That's a wicket to Karishma Ramarak.
Jessica stepping out to drive, and an excellent catch by the West Indies captain Hayley Matthews. So finally the innings has been completed. West Indies can feel very well that they have done their work. Flighted delivery, and Kerr driving open face, and a good catch by the West Indies captain. Kerr goes back for 7. You have a situation here where New Zealand have been bowled out for 168 in 48.1 overs. And after our luncheon break, it will be the important period of West Indies to chase down 169. Ramnarak closes her figures with 2 for 28. I think this is going to be a good game, Stacey Ann.
From a West Indies perspective, they would be pleased with getting all 10 of New Zealand's wickets. And that's a reminder that second ODI, West Indies scored 169. So that 168 might just be a target that they think that they can achieve for New Zealand. Well, this is the first time they've batted. And this is how things went. They lost Sophie Devine and Susie Bates quite early. And they both opened the batting. Amelia Kerr stood out with her 30. And then it was Lauren Dong who scored 53 from 78. And in the end, they can only muster 168 by some good bowling from West Indies. New Zealand all out in 48.1 overs, with West Indies pick up the bowling. Hayley Matthews, Afi Fletcher and Karishma Ramharak picking up 2 wickets each. Karishma Ramharak finishing with 2 for 28 off 8.1 overs. Hayley Matthews 2 for 23 off her 10, and Afi Fletcher 2 for 31 off 8. One apiece for Chanel Henry and Alia Allen, who were exceptional at the start. They opened the bowling, and Shakira Selman with 1 for 27 off her 7. Extras column, 19 extras. But well done from West Indies to restrict this New Zealand batting lineup to 168 in 48.1 overs.
So 183 dot balls within the process, and as you rightly said, Laura Dong top scoring for New Zealand with 53 of 78 deliveries here at the Survivor Richards Stadium on this lovely Sunday afternoon. New Zealand bowled off for 168 of 48.1 overs. We will take our luncheon break, and when we come back, the West Indies will need 169 to win. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the CG United Insurance Limited Over Series, West Indies Women versus New Zealand Women. And it's all to play for here in this all-important encounter. There seems to be a change in the West Indies batting lineup. Hayley Matthews is walking out for the West Indies women's team along with Natasha McLean. So this is pretty strange static. As I said, good afternoon to my colleague, Stacy and King, former West Indies women's player. West Indies will need 169 to win. A little strange here. New Zealand bowled out 168 or 48.1 overs.
Yeah, an interesting move. Good afternoon, Vernon Springer, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners, wherever you are. Interesting move for West Indies. Hayley Matthews featuring at that top order with Natasha McLean. Previously, we've seen Rashada Williams as the partner for Natasha McLean, but I'd say interesting. But also, Hayley Matthews has scored most of her runs in that position, so not very much a shocking move from West Indies.
Kerr starts with a dot delivery, and New Zealand starting without a slip. So New Zealand start is no slip, short third man, more or less 2 backward points, a cover mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, and more or less you could almost say 2 short mid-wickets and a fine leg very wide. Matthews undone by the bongs there, and Isabella Gaze picking up the delivery. So it's going to be interesting field placing for the West Indian batters. I would love to see by the time they come around to Natasha McLean what sort of field setting they would have. Only 2 fielders out for New Zealand. Matthews has got to come back and across and defend nicely. Jessica. From the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, goes past umpire Carl Tuckett. And Matthews is pulling this one over the infield and won't have the legs to go all the way down to the boundary for 4, but if they want, I think they can get 3. Natasha McLean, like a police officer, has put her left hand up and said no, and there just needs to be some more urgency in the running, but that was not to be.
Yeah, we did see her struggling a bit, Natasha McLean, in the field, and she started wicket keeping for West Indies, and they swapped her for Rashada Williams. But Hayley Matthews showing intent right away.
She's driving, not staying over long enough over the ball there. She's just making contact, but I think that she could have got a good stride out and, just get her head past her front knee and find the gap. She has to find the gap. She's a good player when she's driving the ball straight. Hayley Matthews, she's on 2 without loss. They need 169 for victory, the West Indies. She's backing across and defending. When she gets there, she defends nicely. First over completed, 2 without loss.
Good start for New Zealand. Jessica with the new ball. Easy to wonder who's going to open with her. There are a number of options, but usually we have seen Hayley Jensen opening the bowling for New Zealand alongside Jeff Kerr. And then there's also no Hannah Rowe or Leah Tahuhu. Normally you'd see those bowlers feature in opening spells, but it will be Captain Sophie Devine to share the new ball with Jessica.
So Natasha McLean would have played some 32 matches for the West Indies with 440 runs. And she has her most runs in a career against New Zealand. High score of 36 from some 13 matches. Sophie Devine is tucking up Natasha McLean. She can't score. Let's look at the field placing for Natasha McLean. On the leg side is a short mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep backward square. On the offside, they've got a slip, third man, a gully, backward point, cover, and a mid-off. So you look at Natasha McLean. She's played against Australia, England, India, and New Zealand. She's just working this into the leg side area, putting up her left hand to say as well, I've got off the mark. That's just one. So 53 runs against Australia from 5 matches, high score of 26. 26 runs in total against England from 3 matches, high score of 18. 69 runs against India, high score of 69. She's got 2 half cinches for the West Indies every break. Wide delivery here from Devine to the West Indies captain, and umpire Jacqueline Williams gets out her hands. In the meantime, the score goes up to 4 without loss. Against India, she's got 3 matches with 69 runs, high score of 69. Against Pakistan, 87 runs, high score of 82. So half centuries will begin against Pakistan and India. Taylor driving, beautiful shot by Hayley Matthews to cover for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot. And the spectators on the bank, Elaine Turner, her mom, and the rest of her crew, they enjoy that tremendously. Lovely flowing drive.
It's what Hayley Matthews is known for. Her perfect timing and position. Just look at that open face.
Here comes Sophie Devine in out the ball to Taylor, but to Matthews, who's opening the face of the bat, sliding that down to third man. Look at urgency there to get the second run. There was hesitation, but they got it quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, the fielder in the deep just opting to, which is Fran Jonas, to throw short to Maddie Green, almost a relay throw, and Hayley Matthews saw that and used the advantage to get another run.
Good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and Matthews is away. She's 8, McLean is 1, West Indies are 10 without loss.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Natasha McLean's scores against New Zealand, or her international scores. Hayley Matthews has a high score of 119 against New Zealand in 5 matches. She has 175 runs before this series. A strike rate of 88.83, so a very healthy strike rate against New Zealand as she opens the batting and continues in this series and in this final game.
So these two teams head to head in the last 5 matches. 2018, New Zealand won by 8 wickets. Also in 2018, New Zealand won by 205 runs, and in 2022, the West Indies won by 3 wickets. And so far in the first 2 matches here, New Zealand would have won by 5 wickets under the Duckworth-Lewis method and won by 8 wickets. So a lot to play for here in this game. The West Indies would want to be able to pick up a victory, even if they would have already lost the series. A victory is important, especially in the new format of the ICC Women's Test Championship. Here is a delivery pitch between wicket and wicket. Natasha McLean playing right around a straight delivery, and she goes a judge leg before to Carl Tuckett. Kerr strikes, and McLean fails again for the West Indies team.
Yeah, she has to go back. Would have got better if she had attempted to have a stride in and come forward to play that delivery from Jessica. Good swing. Opting to go back, Natasha McLean, and undone by Jessica.
She's shaking her head When you got a new ball, that is what is going to happen. So you got to watch the ball right onto your bat. And it really was just a little bit too early. If I can get my technical crew has done an excellent job so far to just go back on the Natasha McLean's dismissal, looking at her movement. The bat face was shaping and going to mid-wicket rather than being up the V. And the umpire had no doubt. Once you missed a straight delivery like that, you know that you were going to be out. Out comes Rashada, no, in fact it's Shabika Gajnabi. So the West Indies have been persistent and deciding that they're going to use Gajnabi at number 3. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, 2 games before this, she has batted at that number 3 position. She scored 13 of 34 in the first ODI. And the second ODI, she scored 7 of 19.
Here is a delivery pitch straight and straight. Gajnabi goes back for naught. Gajnabi playing around a straight delivery. And Jessica is on fire here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Wicket number 2. And the West Indies are 10 for 2. Let's look at that again, Stacy and King. In swinger.
Yeah, again, Jessica using her skills and got a stride in this time around, Shabika Gajnabi, but you can't miss those. A disappointing end to her ODI series, Shabika Gajnabi. Well, she has to go without scoring. She goes for naught.
With a new ball, Stacey, and you understand, you know cricket, right? You have to be as straight as possible. You have to be, and you got to have a look at the ball pretty early. So
What an over this has been from Jessica.
yeah, Gajnabi not. Natasha McLean 1. Haley Matthews maybe just went to just get her helmet sorted out, maybe get a towel. She's been perspiring. And the 2 most experienced batters for the West Indies women team, and the former captain and the present captain at the crease, with West Indies in a bit of trouble. They're 10 for 2.
And a hat-trick ball as well for Jessica.
10 for 2. New Zealand attacking. Short third man, a backward pointer cover, mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket, almost 2 short mid-wickets, and a field and deep backward square. Jessica is on a hat-trick. And pretty interesting scenario. Kerr to bowl to Taylor, into bowl to Taylor. Taylor comes forward and just went hard at the ball, more or less. Maybe just wanted to feel bad on the ball. Hat-trick ball, you want to keep that out. She did.
Yeah, what was also different is that she came forward, had a long stride forward, Stephanie Taylor, and again, that comes with experience.
New Zealand on top here, 10 for 2. West Indies. Kerr into bowl to Taylor. Taylor driving up the mid-off, can't score. The captain, Sophie Devine, just looking at the delivery, looking at the ball, looks up at the scoreboard, and she knows that her team is in a good position, but she also knows that these 2 are fine players. Should be aware of that. Taylor Matthews. Here is Taylor driving through cover, misfield, and they'll pick up a couple of runs quite easily. If they want, they can get 3, but Haley Matthews is not interested. So Taylor off the mark with 2. The score goes up to 12 for 2.
She'll know that she's been short on runs as well, Stephanie Taylor. We seem to be going through the motions with her batting, and good enough from her in this game will boost her confidence into those 5 T20s.
Beauty of a delivery. That touchdown, and Taylor was in 2 minds there. She just looked at that. Great over for Jessica. 3 overs bowled here. West Indies are 12 for 2. McLean and Gajnabi back in the West Indies hut. But their captain, Hayley Matthews, is on 8 and Stephanie Taylor is on 2.
Yeah, brilliant over from Jessica. 2 runs and 2 wickets to dismiss both Gajnabi and McLean for 1 and 0 respectively. So just the start that New Zealand would have wanted. And Sophie Devine continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Devine goes past umpire Jacqueline Williams and she's glided away down to the third man area. Frank Jonas comes off from that position. She's a left-hander. She's at weak arm, but she's been able to get it in still. Score in the meantime goes up to 13 for 2. 1-3 for 2. Taylor is on 2. She comes in to strike and Matthews goes to 9. A long way to go. West Indies need 169 for victory.
I think a lot is going to depend on this partnership, this pair, how deep they can bat.
Yes. Yeah.
Taylor gets a wide delivery. Just for a moment, Jacqueline Williams looked at it. I want to also say congratulations are in order for Jacqueline Williams, umpire from Jamaica. She's from Westmoreland, born in the Ashton area. Here comes Taylor, quietly forward. And her colleague today is Carl Tuckett. Carl MacArthur Tuckett, born in Nevis, played one day international for the West Indies. That was way back in 1998, Stacey and King. Taylor again driving up the mid-off, can't score. Talking about a lot of umpires who would have played international cricket to gone on to, you know, be world-class umpires. Carl Tuckett is still waiting for that opportunity to get that breakthrough. Down the onside, Jacqueline Williams gets out her left hand. So the score goes up to 14 for 2. Just to give you an idea in terms of when Carl Tuckett played against England in 1998, West Indies would have scored 302 for 5. Clayton Lambert 119 and Brian Charles Lara 93. We'll get back to that. Here is Taylor just playing around her pads. Yeah, we don't know if she got a little nick onto it. We'll find out from Jacqueline Williams. No, leg by, so that rushed into her pad. The score goes up to 15 for 2. Hayley Matthews comes in to strike.
Yeah, Devine just bowling more into the legs of Taylor for those last 2 deliveries.
Devine to Hayley Matthews.
Was that an edge?
It was an edge. It dropped in front of the first slip. The boundary to Hayley Matthews, who races up to 13. And the West Indies at the end of over number 4. They are 19 for 2. 19 for 2. Boundary to Hayley Matthews. And Devine will maybe consider herself a little bit lucky there. Not to be carrying straight to either to the first slip gaze or to the first wicketkeeper or to the first slip.
Yeah, and Izzy Gaze has been exceptional in this series. In second ODI, she picked up 4 catches behind the stumps. And in the first ODI, she picked up, I think it was just 1. But again, for a young 18-year-old coming into this type of series, she's done well.
Just a while ago, Jessica was thinking about bowling and she realized she didn't have the ball. And umpire Carl Tuckett still had control of it. Bang on target, looking for a single there. Taylor is certainly not on as Kerr raced in, and the fielders inside the 25-yard circle for New Zealand, they are also very tight because they're aware also that the communication and the running sometimes with Taylor and Matthews is always not 100%.
like the areas in which Jessica has consistently bowled in her short spell thus far.
Pitched up. Ken Taylor driving up the mid-off. Ricocheted. Captain Divine just lobbing it back to the keeper just to let Taylor know that, hey, I'm in the game. Divine and Bates will be very disappointed in the way they got out in their batting earlier. So the coach would have some few choice words for New Zealand. Almost I don't want to say a suicide single there, but here was Taylor just working one into the leg side area, and the fielder coming around there. We're unsighted because she's facing us. Once she turns, we can be able to pick her number up. Is it lowering down? Unsighted by the White Ferns number, but
I think it's probably Amelia Kerr.
she threw at the non-striker's end, and Taylor had to get on her bike, but she got in quite easily. Here is Matthews steering this down to the wide third man, getting a single lift from a misfield. Again, there was hesitation with Matthews and Taylor, but in the end, all is good.
And just the difference of how they're both deciding to play these deliveries from Jessica. Stephanie Taylor opting to come forward. Hayley Matthews opting to go back and open the face and try to guide it down past that third area.
Here is a drive through cover by Taylor. Pick up a couple of runs because she didn't really get right onto it. They're thinking about 3, but they only think. If they run 3 here today, I'll buy you a Vitamalt, Stacy and King.
Well, I look forward to that because I know that these two are quite capable of running 3s. How many 3s are you expecting? How many 3s do you want?
Anytime they run 3, I'll buy you a Vitamalt. 4 runs out the over so far. Jessica into both to Taylor. Comes quietly forward. Got a good stride in, and she's rehearsing that she should have been able to hit that down the ground for 4. Over completed by Jessica. 2 for 8. At the end of 5, West Indies are 23 for 2.
Yeah, good partnership, good communication between this pair, Matthews and Taylor. And a wealth of experience between them as well. Stephanie Taylor, before this series, has played in 145 matches. She's one of the only players in this present squad to go past 5,000 ODI runs. Has a strike rate of 69.02 and an average of 44.16. The only other player was Deandra Dutton, who scored over 5,000 runs in ODI cricket.
So, spin and more spin. Jonas into the attack very early.
Yeah, I think they know that they don't have a lot of runs to play with New Zealand, so they've got to rein those changes quickly.
Here is another arm ball to the West Indies captain Taylor. She's just playing it up to Devine at the short mid-wicket area. 23 for 2. We're still in power play number 1. The first part. This is a brave move by New Zealand. Here is Matthews tugging this one out to the mid-wicket fielder. She will only get 1 run. Good protection. Strategic move here by New Zealand to bowl to these 2 batters. You have 2 fielders out, a long off and a mid-wicket.
Fran Jonas has the best of 2 for 22 that she picked up 7 overs in the first ODI.
Here is Matthews back and finding the gap, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Short delivery by Frank Jonas. And gave Taylor enough room to be able to punch it. Didn't try to overhit it, just use the pace because it was a quicker faster delivery by Jonas and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good gap finding from Stephanie Taylor. And 2 feelers out because these are still power play overs that mid off on a deep mid wicket.
Stefan Taylor comes quietly forward, got a good stride in. At that time, Jonas just slowed it up. Good flight, good control. She's been impressive in this series so far, Frank Jonas. Flatter faster, and Taylor getting down and pulling this one out to the mid-wicket fielder. And New Zealand bowlers bowl into their field. 6 overs bowled at the end of 6. West Indies are 29 for 2. Matthews 15. Taylor is 10. And Jonas's first over would have cost us 6.
Yeah, I like this intent from this pair, especially from Stephanie Taylor. I mentioned she hasn't really scored a lot of runs in this series, so really good to see that intent from her. Really good to see the communication between herself and Hayley Matthews in the middle.
I was talking earlier to you, Stacey, about the lone game that Carl Tuckett would have played for the West Indies, in which they won over England in 1998. Clayton Lambert 119, Brian Charles Lara 93. Our good friend Phil Wallace scored naught in that game. Stuart Williams batting at number 3, 37. Carl Hooper 35. But I'll give you a little story about a gentleman who also played alongside Carl Tuckett, the late Laurie Williams. Come back with that from Jamaica. Here is Taylor just turning the in-swinger down to the final leg area, thinking about 2, and she's hustling to come back for 2 and get it quite easily in the end.
Well, those 2 runs now carry her to her highest score thus far in the series. And previously she scored 10 and 8 respectively.
So in that team also had Ridley Jacobs, Shivnarine Chandapal, Neil McGarrell and Mervyn Dillon. Get back to that game. Taylor coming quietly forward. Now Larry Williams would have played some 15 ODIs for the West Indies from Jamaica, but died in a car crash in 2002 along with his brother, his half-brother. Pretty sad story at that point in time there. But England were bowled out for 245. And Carl Tuckett would have picked up the wicket of Alex Stewart and Graham Hick in his only game for the West Indies. Here is Taylor getting a delivery from Kerr, just around about the leg stump area, and just worked it into the mid-wicket area. Got a single. In the meantime, she quietly goes up to 13. Matthews, the West Indies' new captain in her first series, she's on 15. 32 for 2. Kerr to Matthews, and Matthews is feeling for that one. The hands came, the left foot didn't come out to the pitch of the ball, and she was caught in no man's land. But the most important thing is that the bat face was still straight.
Yeah, Jessica is still getting this ball, which is just 6 overs, 7 overs old, to swing quite a lot.
Jessica with his 5-ounce ball driving in the air. Hayley Matthews sometimes I just like to see her stay a little longer over the shot. She just more or less just makes contact. I'd like to see her stay over, pose on it for the camera, get that stride out and find the gap. She's a tall player, and when she's driving the ball straight, she's a beauty, and they love her in Antigua and Barbuda. Again, trying to get fancy and run this down to backward point. Good change of pace here, but Jessica has been impressive. 32 for 2 at the end of over number 7.
Yeah, 2 for 11 off her 4 overs. And those 2 wickets, that of McLean and Shabika Gajnabi.
So West Indies batting woes continues. And on the bench, you'll have to begin to start to ask yourself some serious questions. If Shadi Nation is in this team, why is she not playing? maybe prefer to see a West Indies under 19 player maybe batting at number 3 or maybe even opening the innings. I would have gone for a different proposition. I would maybe put Kachana Knight to maybe open the innings, left and right combination.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's an area that they kind of or could have experimented a bit more. Yes, you try to bring Shabika Gajnabi into that number 3 position, but number 3 is normally a specialist position. And Shabika Gajnabi is known more for being aggressive, known more for just playing free in terms of striking the ball. I don't think she's a specialist batter, so that position, I don't think it's for her.
Well, when you look around, just as if you look on a football field and you see somebody wearing a number 10, and you come to a cricket game and you see somebody walk out as your number 3 batter, it really needs to be one of your prime time batters, and you're not a night watchman of that nature. You want to see somebody with some class. Here is Taylor, who would have batted a couple of times, number 3 for the West Indies, just getting an in-swinger there, going sort of hard at it. Devine livery, playing it up to mid-on, can't score. Devine making an extra effort to get this wicket.
And just to add to that conversation, possibly bringing the left-hander in at number 3 might have been something different. Force Jessica to do something different, to change her lines, to change that length, which picked up the second wicket.
32 for 2. West Indies need 137 runs in 255 balls. So they've got time. And two of their most experienced batters in Taylor and Matthews at the crease.
And also Sophie Devine, she's not going to allow it to be too easy for them. She has a number of variations. She almost goes like a Dwayne Bravo. Takes pace off, rolls her fingers across the sides. Yeah, she's a very tricky bowler.
She's bowling to a 6-3 field. We'll get back to that. Taylor just chipping this up to mid-on, getting an easy single, fielder from mid-wicket, dived over it. So at the end of over number 8, West Indies are 33 for 2. Matthews is 15, Taylor is 14, and Devine has bowled 3 overs so far, not for 15.
It's almost like she's trying to trap Stephanie Taylor into falling over while she attacks her on that leg side, probably to try and force her to play uppish into that short mid-wicket region. But this is good from Stephanie Taylor, who just seems to be set. The intent is there from her.
So that the mindset is clear. So 1 over from Jonas. Maybe they're going to switch her to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. But Jessica will be continuing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And one thing for sure you understand, the New Zealand bowlers are bowling wicket to wicket.
Yeah, it's something we've seen from them throughout the series. They've forced West Indies batters to make the mistakes. They've nagged, built pressure, and when West Indies batters try to release that pressure, that's when they tend to get out.
Here is a delivery pitch between middle and leg, then worked away into the mid-wicket area. And the strategic field placing by Devine has been impressive so far in the series. For Jessica, she's got a short third man, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. The traditional mid-wicket in Amelia Kerr. We've also got a mid-wicket and a fine leg more or less into the deep backward square area because of Kerr's pace.
Yeah, because of that appreciable swing in which she's achieving.
And I was talking to Vinod earlier, Stacey and King was telling him about the balance even when you had Chanel Henry this morning and Allen bowling. You have to have a balanced field. This is a balanced field so that you have options of variations of what you want to execute. Another good delivery, and this ball is swinging. It's talking. I know it's a little overcast here, but Kerr is getting this ball to dart around.
I think what is also standing out is Easy Gaze is right up behind the stumps. So while Haley Matthews can use an option of advancing to cut that swing, it's difficult because of where the wicketkeeper is.
Kerr to Matthews. Pitched up, and she's just playing around her pad. Somebody could be in trouble here. She's got to get back into her crease. And Amelia Kerr at short mid-wicket forced that pressure. So she really couldn't get that single. She sort of just hit the ball and took off, but didn't realize that Amelia Kerr was onto her.
Well, it's her sister's bowling as well, so I also got to look at, doesn't want her sister's figures to look too bad. You know how big her sisters can be.
I tell you, she didn't want to hear that story. Here is a delivery down the onside. Blindsided there. Gaze, but umpire Carl Tuckett cuts out his hand. And she might have been maybe looking for the overbalance there to get Gaze to be, taking off the bails. Good work so far by Gaze at 18 years old. I'm very much impressed with her glove work. Here is a drive up to the short extra cover fielder. Can't score. Over comes to an end. It's over number 9. And West Indies are 34 for 2. Both batters in Matthews and Taylor, they're on 15. And Kerr's 5 overs has cost her 13 with 2 important wickets. One of Gajnabi and the second in Natasha McLean.
Yeah, the spinners have been exceptional in this series, New Zealand. Previous game, Fran Jonas and Amelia Kerr, who would have bowled, and just 17 runs scored from their 10 overs each.
Don't want to say that. Another single just played quietly in front of the short mid-wicket fielder, and Taylor releases some of that pressure. She goes up to 16. It brings Matthews in to strike. But just looking at Maddie Green in the slip area, she's really not at first slip. She's more or less in I would say a second slip position, and so there's a gap between the keeper and the slip area. Here is Matthews driving and almost in trouble. She's out, run out. Is she? No, she got back. Carl Tuckett, New Zealand still can't believe.
Yeah, I think the dive would have saved her, but it's a direct hit.
And let's look back at that one and see how close it was. We're not in that position. New Zealand was celebrating, but Carl Tuckett was in the best position. He waited for a while, and as I said, the dive got her in.
Yeah, normally you can come down on the umpires for not being in the right position, but this time around he was in the right position.
She's gonna have to be careful, Matthews and Taylor, the communication. She just sort of hit that and took off.
Yeah, I think the fielder was Lauren Down, and she's usually one of those fielders in that point region.
She's driving square for 4. That's a lovely shot. It had wit on it from Divine, and the West Indies captain Haley Matthews, she was really leaning into that and hit that square. That's a lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, one would wonder why try to take that sort of single the ball before when you can find gaps and play shots like that.
40 for 2. Driving again up past the cover area, out to the sweeper, getting an easy single. I think she's gonna have to just cool her emotions. Taylor just saying to her, just keep batting, keep batting, keep batting, Skip, keep batting. Matthews 20, Taylor 16. She comes into strike. Divine comes in out the boat to Taylor. Taylor, a good strike, comes quietly forward. This is the best I've seen her in a very long time. She looks a lot organized here, Taylor. A drive back at Divine. Over completed. 10 overs bowled. West Indies are 41 for 2. Matthews 20. Taylor 16. And Divine's 4 has costed 21 so far.
Yeah, good partnership between this pair. Good recovery after losing those 2 early wickets. Yeah, and a good start for West Indies. As we make a double change in commentary, Vinu Mamchan, welcome back.
Thanks a lot, Stacy. Stacy has been working very hard. Stacy and, of course, Vernon Springer. We'll probably give them some time to actually eat their lunch. I think Springer cooked fish today. So it's 41 for 2 as I'm joined by Ronnie Bikramdas. Good afternoon, Ronnie. You have been observing the entire innings thus far. What do you think? What should be the approach now?
Well, thus far, good afternoon, I should say, Vinod, and good afternoon to all our viewers. And it has been a measured approach thus far by Hayley Matthews, and I believe this is a good thing here for the West Indies woman in having Hayley Matthews open the batting. She's accustomed opening the batting. She has done it very successfully in the T20s and other formats, and I think it's a positive move, and she looks very comfortable. 20 of 28 deliveries thus far, leading from in front, and that's what you want your captain to do, set the example, and she's doing it here perfectly for her team.
Well, just a tad over 3 required and over to win, and I think the move to have her in early, let her go and guide the innings. You know, the New Zealand fast bowlers have been getting early success against the West Indies women, and I understood why. Stacey and I, whilst we were on, we had analyzed that, and it was basically due to a lack of foot movement. They were not getting in line. So having her up front would have prevented that. I mean, Natasha McLean was still there. She played right back to a delivery she should have come forward to. And having Hayley Matthews at the other end provided that sort of comfort at the top of the order, that sort of calmness, because, you know, she is a classical batter. She gets in line nicely. She has good footwork. She picks up the line of the ball early, as you can see here. And this period of batting may well be the best in the innings, with 2 technically sound players out there.
And yeah, I totally agree with you. 2 technically sound players and 2 of the better batters on this West Indies women team, and the senior players as well. And they're showing that the seniority in the team and the experience in the way they are playing. And they would have seen in their innings as the over comes to an end. It's 42 for 2 after 11 overs. Hayley Matthews, she's there on 22 from 30 deliveries, and Stephanie Taylor, she's on 17 from 32.
I think what they have done, they have decided, and what these 2 in particular have done well, is look to play Kerr out. She's a threat, and she has already taken 2 wickets. And you can see the approach in the last over. They're looking at those balls very closely, very carefully, and just not trying to do anything silly.
Yeah, it's a similar situation when we saw in the New Zealand innings when Down and Kerr were batting, and they were doing the similar pattern while Arlene was bowling from the southern end, the Curtly Ambrose end, and she was getting that ball to nip back in sharply, as we saw the wicket of Sophie Divine. So they actually saw that. They played with nice on the front foot, playing with the swing, able to get that ball to push the ball into the gaps, get the singles, rotate the strike nicely, and build a partnership. And this is exactly what we are seeing here. And if they continue, it can take the game away from the New Zealanders.
Well, it's 125 of 234 balls. And even if they have a net session right now, and these two stay long, they can take the West Indies to victory. Nothing rash. Just play proper cricket, and you will get home. I think a win here, there are no dead rubbers anymore, Ronnie. Both teams playing their first series in the world, the women's ICC Women's Super League, and the West Indies will understand that if they win today, they will still get points. They may have lost the series, but still, points are available.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, as you mentioned, with the points on available now for a win. Or everybody wants to win. Even though you lose the series, you still want to win a game. You still want to get points.
Yeah, punching off the back foot, getting one. So just playing each ball on merit, and this is what they need to do. Kerr from the other end, better known for her batting. And she created problems in the first game with her leg spin. As you can see, some of the spectators who are normally here every day there is cricket. Taylor looking so pleasant in playing that shot. This also presents an ideal opportunity for Taylor to work herself back into some sort of form.
Exactly, and I totally agree with you. It's a perfect opportunity for her. She got a start in the previous ODI where she got 20 odd runs. But this year now is a perfect opportunity for the bat with Hayley Matthews and see the game to the end. Yes, as you rightly say, it's just 125 runs required for victory. But this partnership is what is important. And we keep stressing on a partnership. Because from the moment you lose a wicket, there's a new batter have to get themselves in. You give the New Zealanders an opportunity from the time they get a wicket. So it's really these two batters here, they really need to take it to the very end, or at least as deep as possible.
As you can see, the flags fluttering in the wind. There is, of course, a stiff breeze blowing from the eastern side of this ground. That has been a fixture for the entire time here at the ground. A wonderful facility, the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. And a very unique feature of this ground, you will see just at the end of this over. This is hoiked away. This should reach very close to the boundary. If not into it, it goes into the boundary now for 4. So that will help.
Yeah, definitely. A badly line does strain on that leg stump line, as you can see there. And Stephanie Taylor just getting down on that back knee and pulling that one behind square for an easy boundary. So this is what you can see. The minute the delivery is offline, they are taking full advantage of it. And that's what you want to see. That is proper cricket. That you rotate the strike when it's there, the bad ball, put them away.
Kerr off the back foot, easy as Sunday morning. That's a single. And at the end of this over, you will be seeing one of the features here at the I keep on saying Brown, the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Academy, which is an underground tunnel that the players can take when there are a number of people at the ground and the players want to get to the nets. You know, during a match, sometimes players want to have a knock, and they can just safely go underground into this tunnel that takes them straight out to the practice facilities. So we wait to see that at the end of this over. Jonas is into the attack now.
And this is good from Sophie Devine, the captain. She has her two best bowlers on at the moment. They are the bowlers that kept the runs down, got the wickets for her in the previous two ODIs. And she has them on right now to break to get that wicket.
Well, we're here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground. It's really a wonderful facility, and not only the playing field being really exceptional, but also the practice facilities. And what is really good, When there is a big crowd here and players may want to go to the nets, work on something, even while the game is going on, they have constructed an underground tunnel, as you can see here. And this underground tunnel takes you from the dressing room, which is just in front of me, and the street along here. There's just a flight upstairs into a very secure practice facilities with about 8 strips outside there. Just one of the wonderful features of the Sir Vivian Richards. That's the feature there that takes you straight into the practice nets. And at the moment, Taylor, 24, really starting to come nicely onto her own. She's taking strike now. Nicely forward. Just allowing that one to come on to her. Looking to play as late as possible.
Yeah, and this is good. There's no pressure on her. Her captain, Haley Matthews, started really well in terms of scoring runs and getting that run rate, keeping that run rate down. And she came in here, yes, under a bit of pressure after losing 2 quick wickets, but the fact that it's a low total they are chasing, she can take her time, and we saw that initially. She took her time and get into her rhythm, and now you can see the shots have come out. She is playing her natural game. She's naturally aggressive. She's a very good player, and you can see her playing with confidence now. Look at the foot movement. Quickly onto that back foot to play that ball. It was just short of a length. So you can see the confidence now here from Stephanie Taylor.
The former captain and the current captain at the crease for the West Indies at the moment. With Taylor having a good long knock this morning. She had a good workout with the ball. You know, she was out there yesterday when we were here. When the West Indies team came to practice yesterday, she was the first one out onto the field. And you understand where her success comes from. It comes from hard work. Back and across, she would be angry with herself there for missing out on that. That was a gift. All she had to do was get that away from a short third man and backward point. That would have been a boundary.
And you always say with those world-class players, they're just one knock away from regaining that form that they currently, or they have. And here you can see it, just one knock away. If she can see this one through, get a 50 or so, it's going to give her a world of confidence. And you'll see that I shouldn't say old, but a class player of Stephanie Taylor back in order. Scoring runs for West Indies, making that middle order a little more successful for the West Indies women.
Yes, she's a very important cog in the wheel. And she still has a lot to offer West Indies cricket. She'll want to stay with the captain, Matthews, for as long as possible. Matthews is on 24. That should be signal wide. So Jonas has been good.
Well, Jonas and Amelia Kerr has been very good in the previous ODI. Both of them bowled identical figures. 10 overs, 1 wicket, 17 runs, 43 dot balls. Exactly identical. And that is why skipper Sophie Devine has both of them on here, trying to get wickets. Wickets is what they need right now. They need at least 2 or 3 wickets, if not sooner rather than later, to peg this run rate back and make it a little more difficult. Put some more pressure on that middle order who hasn't been all that in terms of run scoring, and the confidence a bit low in that middle order. And if they can pry these two, one out of these two, if not these two here, it's going to be a big difference for New Zealand.
Taylor still not in the full flow just yet.
But you can see from her footwork she's getting there. Once the feet starts to move, you know that the confidence is there. Jonas keeping things tight.
It's a full toss. Just push down the ground. Not getting too excited about it, given that it was a full toss, and that's the experience there from Taylor. So both Taylor and Matthews are on 25 each.
Yeah. Jonah, she needs to really get her line and length in order here. We saw in the previous ODI, she bowled an impeccable line and length. This one you can see just drifting on the pads. Worked away nicely for a single on the onside by Haley Matthews. So she is strained a bit. She isn't that consistent as we saw in the previous ODIs. And I think she needs to just take a step back. Yes, it's a low total you're defending, but it's just about smart bowling, consistent bowling. The same thing that you have been doing in the previous ODIs that brought you a lot of success. You keep doing that same thing. And this is what is required from these two bowlers here at the moment. Amelia Kerr, just 2 runs from 2 overs into a maiden. So she's doing the job. Just need to get a wicket here. Oh, that's a poor bit of field in there. And it's Jonas at mid-wicket. That one, Haley Matthews just pulling that one past that fielder at mid-wicket. She picks up 2 more. Score moves on to 59 for 2. So Haley Matthews moves on to 28. So driven straight to extra cover. So you can see the confidence here from these 2 batsmen in terms of getting their feet to the pitch of the delivery and punching it, playing it nicely into the. And this one getting a bottom edge, bouncing just over the stumps. So lucky for Matthews there. Good comeback from Amelia Kerr. So just about tight bowling, and the fielders need to back up their bowlers here.
Yeah, Matthews understands the situation. She's naturally an aggressive player, but she has curbed that. 43 for her 28, which is still good. But sometimes she goes even quicker than that.
Yeah, and that's a natural game, and that's what you want to see Haley Matthews. You want to see the way Haley Matthews plays naturally, plays aggressive. It works for her. So it's worked onto the onside, and she picks up another single. So yes, Sophie Devine has the 2 best bowlers on, but I think she needs to make some changes here. And yes, you can see, I think there's going to be a change at the Secretly Ambrose end. It looks like Susie Bates, is it? No. For a moment,
Penford is going to come into the attack. Molly Penford. Let's see what she brings. 109 of 204 balls required. Penfold. She's bowling to Matthews. Matthews has been good. She starts with a wide. Short, pulled away. Protection now a deep backward square though. Penfold has a nice high jump on delivery. She's tall. So obviously she will be extracting that extra bounce.
definitely made her debut last year, 2021. Relatively new to the team. It's going to be wide. She just needs to take a little time here just to compose herself. She knows she has to have that control because there's not much runs to play with at the moment. But she still needs to keep that nice, tidy line and length. Look for that fourth fist stump line. Just short of a length, which is a bit difficult for the batters to really come forward and play or get back. You'll get them in that in-between length. That is what she needs to bowl here at the moment.
Here she is. Down the leg side, Easy Case has difficulties but stops it. So she's young in the business, only her third game. Has taken 2 wickets in the previous 2 games at an average of 47, econ rate of 5. So she's now coming in, every over she bowls, she will become better in terms of the experience. Having her first game in this series. Easy for Taylor, just allowing it to come on to her.
But we saw in the New Zealand innings, the longer you stay there, the easier it got. You saw with the likes of Green to a certain extent, Amelia, Kurt, who batted really well, and even Lauren Down. The longer they stay there, it got easier and easier to work the ball around, find the gaps, pick up that single, and put away the bad balls. So now both batters here are really set. They can afford to do that. It's easy for them to rotate the strike and continue getting those singles, which is easy for them at the moment. And the required run rate is probably around 2 or 3, which is quite easy for them.
It's easy going. A partnership of 54 so far. They want to take that to a century and stay together for as long as possible. Remember, they came together. The older heads, so to speak, of the team came together with a score 10 for 2. Driving loosely. Too far away from her to play that shot. Matthews.
Yeah, there's no need to play those shots at the moment from Matthews. It's quite easy out there. She could leave those deliveries and force the bowler to bowl to her strength, which is pitching up the ball where she can drive it into that offside or work it onto the onside for an easy single, or if he pairs a gap, get a boundary.
Oh, that's a good shot and excellent fielding at point. Just laying back off the back foot, she crashed it square. A wonderful bit of fielding at point. And as you can see here again from the replay, lovely. That had 4 written all over it before Lauren Dong got down and was able to save that at the end of 17 and 65 for 2.
Yeah, definitely. The New Zealanders, they have fielded really well. The bowlers, I feel, they haven't put the ball in the right areas as much as they would have liked to put pressure on the West Indies batters. They allow them to score easy runs, rotate the strike nicely, and they got off to a good start. So as you can see there, Hayley Matthews not out on 31 from 49 deliveries. Natasha McLean, LBW Kerr for 1. Gajnabi, LBW Kerr for no score, a golden duck of the very first deliveries. And Stephanie Taylor, she's not out on 26, looking solid. The Stephanie Taylor of old that we are accustomed seeing year after year, scoring runs, not just in the Caribbean, not just for West Indies, but all around the world. Jessica, 6 overs, 2 wickets for 16, bowl an excellent spell. Sophie Devine, 4 overs, none for 21. Fran Jonas, 3 overs, none for 17. Amelia Kerr, bowl excellent, 3 overs, no wickets, 5 runs. And Penfold, she just bowled at 1 over for 5 runs.
the moment. Players just having some refreshments. Still hot out there. And they'll be looking to refresh themselves and come back strongly after this water break. If the West Indies are to win this, these two will have a big role to play. If New Zealand are to win, they have to understand they will have to bowl the West Indies out. You can't restrict them over 50 overs to less than that target of 169.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Wickets are of the order here for the New Zealanders, and they need a lot of them. I need them quickly if they are to really put a stutter in the step of the West Indies, as they would. I mean, honestly, looking at the current run rate and the way Healy Matthews and Stephanie Taylor are batting at the moment, it's quite easy for them, and I think they're gonna get there. I don't want to say quite easily, but they are clearly on their way. Just 104 runs now required from 198 balls, so it's quite easy in terms of runs required. And it's just a matter of smart, sensible batting now will take them over the line. So it's Amelia Kerr going to continue. So she has bowled really well. She has been very tight, bowled nice, tidy line and length. Not allow the batters to score freely, but she needs wickets here for her team and her captain. So it's driven nicely through cover. There's protection on the boundary, and they're going to get one more. So it's one of these bowlers here for the New Zealanders women. They have to do something special. Or is it a spectacular run out, a spectacular catch? Something has to be done to lift their spirits. Give them a wicket.
Edged, and it's flying down to third man. Let's still wait on the umpire to see. Was that generous turn? Well, it was generous turn. That grip and turn buys. So Stephanie Taylor, I must apologize. I thought you got an edge. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, that one did bite. Better line. Taylor makes the adjustment. And they come back for two. That's good running.
Yeah, definitely good running. But I think it's a bit length. Needs to adjust. Amelia Kerr needs to adjust her length here. It's a bit too short. It allows the batters to come back on their back foot and play nicely with the turn. Yeah, get the batters on the front foot. Force them to drive. And because of that amount of that significant turn she's getting, if you force the batters to drive on that front foot, you bring the outside edge into play. The ball can skew out to the fielders at point. This is much better. Bring the batters on the front foot. Let them drive down the ground. So at the end of that over, at the end of 18 overs, it's 72 for 2.
So the West Indies maintaining a run rate of 4. At the start of the innings, the run rate was basically 3.38 to win the game. So they're well on course. Just 97 required for 192 balls. So they need to just take their time, continue playing proper cricket.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what is required, Vinod. Just smart, proper cricket. Don't try anything rash. There's no need to chip down the ground and hit a 6. There's no need to pull the ball over for 6. Just take your time. Rotate the strike. It's just 3 to 4, about 3.8 runs required for victory. Run rate, sorry, it's just about 3.5. So it's just about rotation of the strike, and you will get that bad ball where you can put away.
Short, pulled away. protection down there though. And that one rushed onto her. She got it fine. A little square hand, it might have crashed into the boundary.
Yeah, but she played that nicely in terms of she got on the back foot and hit down on it. She ensured that she hit it down so there's no chance of getting out. So that is what we call the smart cricket, plain, proper cricket shots. There's no need to try and hit boundaries from those type of deliveries. Just pull it around, get a single. If it's in your zone, then you can go after it.
Squeezing this just forward of square. So both players at the moment looking unruffled. Taylor is on 30. Matthews is on 34.
I think Sophie Devine should bring that fielder up into the mid wicket, in the circle, and prevent that single.
It's an easy single. There's no one at short mid wicket or square leg. There's a deep backward square on the boundary and another fielder at deep mid wicket on the boundary. So she's allowing that single, obviously trying to set Matthews up by encouraging her to play across the line, whilst Penfold looks to swing it away from her. So it's an obvious trap. So far she hasn't been baited. Easy. That's too straight. Not bowling to her field at all there, Penfold.
Well, that's why she has those two fielders out at deep mid wicket and cow corner, if you like, because of that delivery that she tries to go bowl into the right-handed batters. And if it's too straight, they're going to work it on. And well, she got the fielder up inside the circle now, but I think she needs to be a little more wider. That's a good short delivery. Healy Matthews is inquiring to the umpire. Is that down the leg side? And the umpire just says no. It went over the shoulder of the batter, so it cannot be wide.
Driving nicely, opening the face. It's running to the backward point boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot. And that is a shot of experience. There was Taylor just allowing it to come on to her, opening the face. So she was able to get it away from the sweeper on the cover boundary and the wide third man fielder as well. Lovely.
Yeah, she just wanted to get that ball past that point fielder. That's all you had to do. Get it past that point fielder, and it's 4 runs. So that's a lovely shot, and it shows how the confidence is she's getting back her confidence. The stroke plays there again. You can see because that was a wide. That was about 5th, 6th stump, but she got across nicely. That would made the shots a lot easier for her to play.
She gets in line and she picks up the line early, as I was saying early on. Full toss, not really taking full advantage of that there, Matthews. There's no need to play any rash strokes.
Exactly, yeah. Just pushing it into the cover region for a single. That's fine. That's all is required. There's no need to try and overpower it and, a miss hit goes into the air and you're out. Just push it into the gaps, get the singles. That's all is required. You're going to get that bad ball where you could put away.
Pushed away upon the offside. So this is the 20th over in progress. That one was a googly, playing it off the back foot. Tina really starting to look her old self.
Yeah, totally agree with you there. And as I said it before, the footwork is important.
Edged. And going down to third man, the commentator's curse there. She's going to come back for 2. Looking for 3, it's not there. But she pushed at that. And Kerr is getting generous turn.
And exactly what I said before, she needs to pitch that ball up. With that amount of turn she's getting, by pitching the ball up, you're going to beat the bat. You're going to get that outside edge. You're going to bring that outside edge into play, I should see. And even, the fielder at point.
Well, allowing this one to go by. Again, big turn here from Kerr. Taylor. The previous delivery was playing down the line of it and it just broke the edge of the bat. Seems to be hobbling now and holding her back. And where she's coming off an injury. And she seems to be struggling with her back.
Yeah, that don't look too good here for Stephanie Taylor. And she's down on her knees, holding her back. That's not a pretty sight you want to see for a batter, especially a batter who's now coming off of injuries, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so she's going to get some attention from the physio.
And this is a perfect opportunity for New Zealand here to just regain their composure. Work out a plan. What is required? What do we need to do from this point? Yes, we need wickets. How are we going to get those wickets? Is it about bowling that channel where it's difficult for the batters and let them make a mistake? Whether it is bring the fielders in, bring a few more catchers in the circle, force them to go over the top, play a rash shot, which would bring about their wicket. These are the things that the New Zealanders need to think about now. How are we going to get these wickets? She tried her 2 best bowlers, the 2 spinners. That's Jonas and Kerr. They haven't Kerr bowled really well. She hasn't been as successful as they would have liked, not getting those wickets. So what are we going to do now? Are we going to bring back our pacers? Are we going to just rotate bowlers, give them an over or 2, see what happens? There's the likes of Susie Bates. Are we going to bring in Susie Bates and see if she can roll her arm and buy a wicket?
Well, Susie Bates, who's normally a medium pacer, was bowling off spin in the first game. And her experience, you can't discount what experience brings. You never know what can happen. But here it is that Divine has to try something. She, as you said before, she brought on her 2 best spinners. They haven't been able to breach the defenses of these 2. And they've really batted well, adding 73 for the 3rd wicket, with Matthews on 36 and Taylor 37. So Taylor is down for the count here at the moment, on hopes that she's okay and can resume her innings.
Yes, so you can see a discussion there between Amelia Kerr, Susie Bates, and Sophie Devine. They're trying to work out what is required. What do we need to do now?
Just 83 for 2, so we're still waiting. She's going to resume her innings, which is good news.
Yeah, that's excellent news for the West Indies women's team, as well as for herself, that she's able to continue, because she started to look really good. She started to hit the ball really well, time the ball really well, and it would have been sad to see her go off now, knowing that she batted. She's starting to get back into her own, but you can see she's still struggling, and that is not a good sight for a batter of her caliber. You don't want to see these things happen to her, knowing that she just came off of an injury as well, and she's not fully fit also.
So Penfold is going to continue. She's going to test her. And Taylor is on 37. West Indies don't want to lose Taylor now. reaching for that.
Yeah, you can see that one in the previous 4 she hit. She actually got down and over the ball, being able to drive it past that point fielder. This time, because of her back issues, she stood up straight and was unable to reach that one outside the off stump.
I think she should keep away from those shots for now, because it'll require her having to stretch and move way outside the off stump. And if she cannot stretch properly, she'll just stand and push at it, and that is when it can go airborne. So she has to be careful. She can probably put away shots like that just for a short while until she feels a little more comfortable. She can afford that luxury because they require 86 of 179 balls.
But this is smart bowling from Penfold here in terms of getting it outside and off stump, forcing her to play those shots, which is difficult. And you can see her in a little more discomfort. So it's sort of smart bowling and forcing her to play those shots. If you want to play it, but you run the risk of getting out.
Yeah, so she's again leaning over her haunches. Not really happy at the moment. Taylor has looked so good today. So the skipper needs to take control here. Penfold coming into her own here. This is her 3rd over.
And she's doing the right thing here, Penfold, in terms of putting that one outside the off stump and knowing that she's trying for that Yorker length delivery, as we just saw there with Haley Matthews. And this is good. Trying to see where they can get a wicket. Again, just outside the off stump and guiding that one past the point fielder for a single. So she's trying to see how she can get a wicket by trying to put it outside the off stump, trying the Yorker. She even bowled the bouncer. So this is good from Penfold here in trying to see what she can do to get a wicket for her team. And they need wickets right now.
This one just makes some height. She adjusts nicely. That's close to her, so that would be no problem. And then what Penfold needs to do is to have her stretching. It's going to be interesting to see how she faces up the Kerr now, because she would need to stretch to get to the pitch of the ball. Other than that, once you're not to the pitch of the ball, it's turning generously.
Well, this is where Kerr has to pitch the ball up now. She has to pitch this ball up. And she's getting the ball to turn away from the right-hander being a leg spinner. So she needs to pitch this ball up, force Stephanie Taylor to get into that front foot, which would put additional pressure on the back. Force her to do something not as she would like right now because of that injury, and probably force her to make a mistake and get out.
Yeah, you know, as harsh as it may sound, when someone is injured, you need to take them out of their comfort zone. Take them right into where that injury may probably be affected. That could lead to their dismissal. So there's a change of bowling at the far end, and there's also a change in the commentary position with Stacey Ann King and Vernon Springer coming in.
Thank you very much, Vinod. West Indies 85 for 2. They need they have 174 balls to get 84 runs. As we see New Zealand ringing the changes here today. Halliday is having a bowl for the first time. Brookie Halliday. And she's most likely going to bowl some wrist spin. And she's already bang on target, as we would call fast wrist spin. 85 for 2, Matthews 37, Taylor 38. Just maybe having a slight injury here, Stephanie Taylor. Here is Matthews just clipping this one into the mid-wicket area. And she'll get 2 runs quite easily. Meantime, Matthews goes up to 39. The score goes up to 87 for 2. Taylor 38. This has been an important partnership here so far. Matthews 39 from 60, Taylor 38 from 64.
Yeah, and head coach Courtney Walsh did mention in an interview that they need to have some changes ahead of this last ODI match. They need to shuffle their batting lineup. So he did hint that Matthews might just open the batting or come a bit earlier than she usually did at number 5.
It's also a cause of concern for the West Indies head coach because the reserves not stepping up fast enough to be able to allow Matthews to have a look in the dressing room, to look around and see what has been happening. Here is a delivery from Halliday, cramping Hayley Matthews. And one thing you know for sure is that the New Zealand bowlers have bowled a lot more straighter to the stumps.
Yeah, throughout the series, they've been very good lines bowled. As you see, the end of the 22nd over, West Indies 87 for 2, but yeah, they've really created difficulty for West Indies to score in those middle overs. I just look back at that second ODI game just to show the impact that their spinners had. So 28 overs were bowled between spin, 3 maidens, and 65 runs for 5 wickets.
194 dot balls in the West Indies innings.
Yeah, 168 balls means that 103 dot balls. And again, Fran Jonas and Amelia Kerr, they went for 17 runs off 10 overs each.
It's a different day here today. We got Amelia Kerr, who's been impressive in this 3-match ODI series. It's almost a test, you can say, for the New Zealanders coming into the Caribbean, and they've done quite well. There was an appeal for a leg before, but I think that certainly was going down. Matthews has to remember that Taylor is not all that well, so she can't run too hard. Leg by signal by umpire Carl Tuckett as I was going down the onside.
Yeah, looking a bit gingerly.
Yeah, she come for room. 88 for 2. Matthews is 39. And almost for a moment, she didn't stay over that ball long enough. She's going to have to stay low, especially to Amelia Kerr, who attacks the stumps, keeps coming at the stumps, keeps coming. He's got good control. Here is Matthews, just missing out on one. She just needed to just open up. She was still going through mid-wicket. Just hit that straight down to the mid-on area.
Yeah, flight to delivery that time.
She's back and looking to stand up straight, giving herself some room to punch away, punching it up to Bates in the short extra cover area.
Yeah, another option might be just that paddle sweep in that vacant leg side area.
Punching it past Bates out to the sweeper, getting an easy single. I think these two have to think that they're the last pair at the wicket. They have to see it home. And, you know, don't say, well, we got Kashana Knight and we got Chanel Henry and we have Selman in the hut. Here is Taylor back and just slapping that past the backward point fielder. Get an easy single. 23 overs bowl, 90 for 2. Matthews is 40. Taylor is 39. West Indies need 79 of 162 balls, and Kerr has got through overs very quickly. 2 for 18. She has been impressive, Amelia Kerr. 90 for 2. Halliday punched out to the sweeper. And they quietly, easily get 1 run in the end. So the score moves on. 91 for 2. Matthews 40, Taylor 40. Bang on target is another delivery from Halliday to Haley Matthews. Here goes Bookie Halliday. Matthews driving. She's out caught. A loose shot by Haley Matthews. It was in the area. The hands went, and an excellent catch there. West Indies losing their captain at a time when they really didn't need to. As I was saying to you, Stacy and King, you have 78 balls of 160 deliveries. There was no need for that shot. The skipper goes back for the West Indies. They're 91 for 3. Excellent catch by the captain.
Yeah, an excellent breakthrough for New Zealand. And who better than their spinners, because their spinners in this tournament have really stood out. And Brooke Halliday getting that breakthrough, that partnership of almost over 80 runs between Matthews and Taylor. She has to go, unfortunately, Haley Matthews, for 40 of 70 balls. She'll be disappointed.
That shot certainly was not on. It was almost like a walk in the park. You know, you've done all the hard work. This was a good platform for you to just come and get yourself a nice half century and go into the T20 series brimming with confidence. You know, when you're a bowler, when you can bowl, Stacey and King, and you know this, and you can't get people out, and then you go to bat, and then you just give somebody your wicket, you must feel bad. But a lovely knock by Haley Matthews, 40 of 70 deliveries, and a new bowler in Brooke Halliday has done the trick again. Another spinner.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, a good partnership between that pair, because the second wicket fell at 10 runs. So this third wicket falling at 91. Good recovery between Matthews and Taylor. But good breakthrough for Brooke Halliday and the White Ferns.
So out comes Rashada Williams. And to be honest with you, Stacey and King, I would have gone for Kashana Knight rather than Rashada Williams at this point in time. I think you just needed the left and right hand combination, especially with Taylor at the crease. You just needed somebody to, you know, these two players are similar in stature in terms of style, Rashada Williams and Taylor. You needed Kashana Knight, left and right combination. We're giving the New Zealand bowler something to think about. Duck ball.
Yeah, because you don't want Taylor to stay on the non-strikers, and you want her to be facing. So therefore, Rashada Williams, who will take a couple balls to get herself into this game, might just kill the momentum for Stephanie Taylor.
Here is, just for a moment, they were going up as if there might have been some excitement, but Gaze didn't take on the first attempt. Rashada Williams remains on naught. 24 was completed. West Indies are 91 for 3. McLean, Gajnabi, and the captain Matthews back in the West Indies hunt. But they're still large and in control. They need 78 from 156 deliveries.
Yeah, still a long way to go in this third ODI. But you'll see the changes being ringing from Sophie Devine, especially with her spinners.
So we have Amelia Kerr, who is going to continue from the circuit. Liam goes past umpire Carl Tuckett. Good flighted delivery. Oh, that's an arm ball. Googly. Really surprising Taylor. But because she's been around so long, she was able to pick that up. And Kerr bowls those googlies very often. Good flighted delivery. Taylor We'll have to refocus the mind. She knows West Indies needs 78 of 154 balls, but doesn't want it to get too close. Flighted delivery, stroke cover, can't beat the diving fielder there.
Yeah, Susie Bates in that position. Taylor will think that she missed out a full delivery. Got sufficient bat, but just couldn't beat that diving effort.
Amelia Kerr into bowl to Taylor. Taylor driving again, this time to the right of Bates. Up to the middle fielder. Number 5 for New Zealand in Maddie Green. Who comes off the boundary. She's 3/4 of the way. And Taylor gets a single, carries it to 41. It now brings Rashada Williams, who originally would have opened in the first 2 games and was used as the West Indies wicketkeeper in, I would say, 2 1/3 of the game in this series so far.
Yeah, and just look at the field. Field changes because it's a new batter. And something that you mentioned, but West Indies failed to do while they bowled. When a new batter came on strike or came to the crease, and they still held the same field, but not Sophie Devine. She's opted to put pressure on Rashada Williams right away.
And Rashada Williams remains on naught. And just to emphasize the point that Stacey and King was making, there was a slip, a cover, a short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. And if Rashada Williams wants to score, then she's going to have to find a way to get a run. She's still on naught. Taylor's on 41. We're halfway there. In the second phase of this game, West Indies 92 for 3.
Conversations between this pair, possibly as to how are they going to rotate the strike. How are they going to counter-attack this New Zealand spin bowling lineup.
I want to say good afternoon and good evening to wherever you're viewing this coverage, especially the folks in the United States of America, in Bermuda, wherever you're following Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, Australia, New Zealand. Taylor getting a more or less a delivery which may have more or less bounced on her. And she's reversing a shot that, you know, she could have got a little deeper into her crease. Brookie Halliday has bowled well so far. Sweep on the offside. As Stacey and King said, they're bowling to a plan, they're bowling to their feel, and they're articulate in the settings. Protection on either side.
Yeah, just 3 runs coming off of her 2 overs, her 2.3 overs, and 1 wicket. Economy rate 1.50.
Here is Taylor punching that out to the sweeper. She'll only get 1 run. So Devine is contented to just give Taylor the strike, bring Rashada Williams on strike, and then create the pressure, because the long off comes in. So it's mid-on, mid-off. She's back on that one, just peeling off the outside edge, going down to the third man fielder. Jonas hurriedly comes around, picks it up, so Rashada Williams is off the mark. Now brings Taylor back into strike on 42. 94 for 3.
A very short run up for Brooke Halliday. Let's look at her arm movement. It's literally all shoulder.
Here is a lovely shot. Just being steered past the backward point and gully fielder down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. Lovely shot by Taylor. Deft touch. And a boundary to Taylor takes her up to 46. The score goes up to 98 for 3. Going to over number 26 completed here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, well done from Taylor, just using the pace from Halliday and that vacant third man region. She moves on to 46. 76 balls, Stephanie Taylor.
So Amelia Kerr with a slip waiting. Rashada Williams just picking up the line there. So for Rashada Williams, there's a slip, a backward point, a cover, a short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, sweep on the offside, deep backward square, and the mid-wicket. Amelia Kerr goes past umpire Carl Tuckett. Good flighted delivery. Here is Rashada Williams just more or less just tugging this one like a tug out to the mid-wicket fielder. And her eyes opened up once she saw it in that area. It was just pitched between middle and off. And the right hand came into play. Taylor. 46. Williams is 2. Score is 99 for 3. Williams 2. Taylor is in strike. There was a P for a leg before, but it certainly was going down. Amelia Kerr sort of looked up and says, Carl Tuckett played international cricket. Can't get away with that one. Like she was kneeling down and to ask him, please give me that one.
Yeah, good stride from Taylor.
Here is Taylor just back and just rolling the wrist over, just playing it down to the deep backward square leg fielder. It's just going to pass to the right of Jacqueline Williams. Both umpires communicate and indicate that it's 2 expected legal deliveries left. 100 up for the West Indies, 97 minutes. So 100 for the West Indies. Here is Rashada Williams just coming forward and completing over number 7. West Indies 100 for 3. Taylor 47 and Williams on 2.
Yeah, another 69 runs required off 138 balls. And so West Indies can, I think it's fair to say that they are in the driver's seat.
We can't so sure that the Nissan is moving because anything can happen. But this is going to be an exciting game, and this partnership is going to be important. New Zealand would know that if they pick up Taylor and they pick up Rashada Williams, that they could cause a stir. Shillan Henry has been in good form, no doubt about that. Halliday to Taylor, and she's aiming at those toes. Halliday, you can see that because she knows that Taylor is handicapped in that area. And so Divine says, listen, let's pull a lot more straighter. Let's look to go at those toes.
Yeah, happy to just sit back and wait on those bad deliveries from Brooke Halliday and Stephanie Taylor. Just having a look on the leg side to see where those fielders are, but she's quite capable with her on drives.
Good positive undrive down the ground. Thinking about 2, but certainly not in the conversation at this time because Rashada Williams already turned her back on Taylor. She was not interested.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to run with the ball in Sophie Divine's hand as well.
Halliday to Rashada Williams. Rashada Williams is opening the face of the bat, steering it down to third man. And don't think Jonas would get across there. Boundary to Rashada Williams.
Yeah, an educated edge because she knew that there is no slip. And that deep third is quite squarer. And this is something that we've seen with the pace that, because she is medium pace, Brooke Halliday, and not having a slip or a third that is straighter could be costly.
And Jonas not really one of the faster feelers in the deep. And she struggled to get across with Rashada Williams' dot ball being played up to cover. 105 for 3. West Indies need 164. Here's Rashada Williams driving in the air, trying to split the mid on and mid off. And she got a couple of runs here. She still has to be mindful, Rashada Williams, that Taylor is injured.
Yeah, just a release shot from an over-pitch delivery. Picks up 2 runs. West Indies move on to 105 for 3 off 28. 107, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, 107 at the completion of 28. So, conversations taking place, both sides. Divine and Bates having a conversation. Is it time to bring back Jonas? That might be the conversation that is taking place. 28 overs bowled, 107 for 3, 107 for 3.
Well, they've just opted for 6 bowlers thus far. Jessica picking up 2 for 13 in her 5. Look, Halliday being the other successful bowler with a wicket. But they've all been under 5 their economy rates.
So, Kerr is back. Jessica is back into the attack. They're looking for wickets. Here is Taylor driving on the offside,
And
thinking
they should
about
get
2. No.
That's poor running. There was some hesitation from Rashada Williams, and eventually Stephanie Taylor decided, like, I'm still feeling whatever I was feeling before, so let's not chance it.
So, 108 in the meantime. Taylor approaching yet another half century for the West Indies. And Rashada Williams, who's on 8, she comes into strike. Jessica goes past umpire Carl Tuckett, and she's fishing at 1 outside the line of the off stump. Good take by Gaze. Really very much impressed with her glove work. Sort of looks like a Healy, Ian Healy. She always just keeps knocking her gloves together. She's driving in the air. Rashada Williams not getting out to the pitch of the ball, and Taylor is struggling, but she gets in the end. That's a lot of pressure situation, Stacey and King.
Yeah, especially with Taylor being on 49. Yeah, in a position like that, she's a senior player. She has to say yes or no to Rashada Williams. Rashada is fresh. She just came out to bat. She's 10 or 13. Taylor came in the middle after the loss of the 2nd wicket at 10 runs. And that was in over number 2.2.
Dot ball and target there by Jessica. You know, all of the New Zealand fast bowlers have looked well. They're athletic, their rhythm, their strike pattern has been consistent. And Jessica has been exceptional here so far. She's bowled with good pace. Into out to bowl to Rashada Williams. Rashada Williams is back and just clipping this one out to the deep backward square leg fielder. And Taylor, who's on 49, comes into strike. In the meantime, Rashada Williams goes to 11. And as we would say, the score is 111 for 3. In England, it would be Nelson today. By Dickie Bird will be chirping away. Carl Tuckett looking around to see what is going to be happening. 4 fielders out for Taylor. 3rd man deep backward square, mid wicket on the cover, sweep on the offside. She's back and looking to punch that. Taylor can't score.
Yeah, at the end of 29 overs. 111 for 3. West Indies, another 58 needed from 127.
You would say a stroll in the park, but we've seen stranger things happen.
Indeed we have. But it will be important for West Indies to, and especially Stephanie Taylor, to be there at the end. She's done all the hard work. That partnership between her and Hayley Matthews. really rebuild West Indies innings. They lost 2 quick wickets in the second over 2.1, 2.2.
Rashada Williams getting the delivery there from Amelia Kerr, who is now shifted to the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, and slip and play.
Yeah, and she's trying to open the face of the bat and steer this down to the thing. I think Stephanie Taylor is really struggling, Stacey and King.
Yes, she is.
And Rashada Williams has to be mindful of that.
Yeah, she's holding her lower back. She bends over this time. Rashada just wants to get on with it. She's already bending to take her mark, but she has to be very aware of her partner.
And she's driving, gives her hand. Oh, she's dropped. She was giving her hand away. There, Rashada Williams dropped by Penfold. Yes, very costly miss. Here's Rashada Williams getting out the broom.
Yeah, she's running again, pushing. And Stephanie Taylor says no.
Easy catch there. I think is the first catch. One of
they've
the
put
first
down.
catches that we've seen for New Zealand being put down, and by a new player who's just playing her first game, Penfold. She'll be very disappointed with
I
that.
think it's a position in which she got in to try and get that catch.
Here is Taylor stroking this out into the offside. Receives a standing ovation here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for another well-played half-century from her teammates and from the folks on the bank. And in the stand right here, lovely knock by Taylor. A more good, exciting half-century, a good return to form for the West Indies.
Yeah, brings up her 38 ODI half-century, Stephanie Taylor. She's made a good comeback from those first 2 games, and genuinely she has struggled with the bat, but this has been good from her.
I think out of all of the West Indians, she scored the most runs right here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so she would love to walk around with this track here. Over number 30 completed. West Indies are 115 for 3. Taylor 50. Williams 14.
Yeah, just to add to that, leading run scorer at North Song in women's ODI, Stephanie Taylor, she stands out in a span of 2019 to 2021. She has 286 runs. Make sure and add this 50 plus to it in 6 matches with a high score of 94, an average of 47.66 and a strike rate of 70.09. So continuing.
Here is a Jessica delivery driven up to cover. Susie Bates. These two would have played franchise cricket, World Cup. They would have played around the world, 100, you name it. Big Bash, 10-10. Taylor 50. Jessica to Taylor. And that cramped off a room. And most important thing, she's in such good touch that she was still able to keep her eyes on that one. She's rehearsing that maybe in another good day. And I might have hit that over mid-wicket.
And I'm just looking at the stats of the series so far. This is only the second half-century to be scored.
Susie Bates. Here is Taylor back and turning this up to the mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, Susie Bates scored the first half-century.
In the first game.
In the first game, should have scored 51 of 65.
So runs have been hard to come by here in this series. We saw Maddie Green getting a 40 yard, so too was Hayley Matthews. Here is Taylor on driving up to Dovian, and had she hit, she might have been in problem. She knows that she's smiling. I think she'd almost given up when she recognized that Divine got to the ball. But it needed a direct hit. She got home in the end.
But she's struggling. I'm not sure if she'd be better off just coming off and getting a proper stretch. But with 53 off 160 needed, what she doesn't want to do is just stay there and use up too many balls, non-scoring balls. She wants to be able to still rotate, but she looks like she's in a lot of problems here, Stephanie Taylor.
Well, West Indies already lost the series. You have 5 T20s to come, and you would really want her. I think you just need to manage that process. And I think you would be advised. I hope the coaching team is looking at that at the end of over number 31, 116 for 3, and maybe just pull in Taylor and giving another, maybe Kashana Knight. They need 53 of 115 balls.
Yeah, there's still a few batters in the hatch for West Indies, and again, it's not a undoable job. It's just 53 runs from 114. Still has Aliyah Arlene, Afi Fletcher, Chanel Henry, Kaishona Knight. So a few options. And Taylor, she's still there, 51 of 90. Williams, 14 of 22. Yeah, I think the discussions here might just be Taylor really struggling and might want to seek some medical attention. I just wonder if they might just take the drinks break at this point as well. Taylor is lying flat.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for the West Indies team, as well as Stephanie Taylor. She just got a 50. She seemed to be getting back to her own in terms of run scoring. And it's really sad to see something like that happen to her now. And as was mentioned before, she just came out of injury as well. And, you know, it would have been delighted to see her bat the way she's batting currently. And this is really not good. But we can only hope that it's nothing too serious and she could continue, because she's really doing a good job here for her team. 51 of 90, which is what is required at the moment, not just for the team, but for her own personal gain as well.
Yeah, she was in a bit of a patch that, I mean, any batter, once you get into that sort of patch, it bothers you. You wonder, how are you going to find a way out of it? And she has today, but this injury, I'm not sure if it's lower back, I'm not sure if it's hamstring, because she's holding that left quad, that left thigh. And just seems to be struggling, because previously she held that back, a lower back. Seems like she's going to make her way off, which might be the best decision for West Indies.
And for her as well, the longer she stays out there, and if it's a lower back injury, which would affect her quad and even her leg, it's gonna, if she stays out there, the longer she stays out there, it's gonna be worse for her. So it might be the best option for her to really go out, have a look at it. Probably the physio can, you know, have a one over and see exactly what is the situation, and try and see the best way in terms of either getting her back out or just seeing the game out with some other players, because they are so far ahead. It might be best for her to just sit this one out and let the others take the team home for victory.
Yeah, she's achieved what needed to be achieved in terms of she's gotten to that landmark, a half century, another half century, but also coming in with 2 wickets down for 10 runs in the third over. This has been a good recovery from her and Hayley Matthews. So I think she'll be pleased to understand and to know that she has done most of the hard yards. She's set up this game, this third ODI for West Indies women.
Well, you said most. I think she's done a lot of it. Because they are just 53 runs away from that victory. And, well, Knight is really in good form as well. She had a good outing in the first match. I think she got 40 odd. as well as in the second match with that partnership with Henry. That really saw them to a good total. So she is in some form here, and she will want to continue that to see her team to victory. And Rashada Williams, she had a good start in the first game. She had a good start, but she didn't carry on to get that score that is required from her and the team. So this is another perfect opportunity for her to show what she's capable of.
Yeah, and a chance for selectors as well to just see what players do in certain positions, in certain roles that you've given them. Rashada Williams, as you mentioned, would have opened the batting previously, so now batting in a different position. Kaishona Knight, I think she batted before, just lower down at number 7 in one of the games. So an opportunity to come up and just showcase what they've been working so hard at, because like we've seen these girls in training sessions, they work hard. So just an opportunity now to show what has been worked on.
Yeah, exactly. And to as you rightly say, address the selectors in terms of their capability with the bat and the flexibility in terms of batting in different situations in the game.
Yeah, and especially going into 5 T20s, you want to start doing matchups, start seeing which players run better with which players bat better in which parts of the games as well. So an opportunity here, Kaishona Knight being one of the genuine left-handed batters in this team. So a big role for her.
Yeah, definitely, to break up that long list of right-handers, which will pose a different threat to the bowlers as well.
Yeah, the other left-hander in Karishma Ramharak, but she's more known as a bowler. As I said, genuine batter.
Excellent point, Stacey.
I don't want anybody to say that I'm saying Karishma Ramharak is not a batter. She can hold her end, but genuinely being picked to bat, it's Kaishona Knight.
Yeah, definitely. It's Amelia Kerr here, continues her good form. She's into her 10th over, just conceding 24 runs, but at the end of the day, she didn't get the wickets that her captain was looking for. In defending a low total, just 68 runs, you need wickets up front, and you need your main bowlers, that's Jonas and Amelia Kerr, to pick wickets for you. And the batters have done well to prevent them from getting wickets.
Yeah, and something that we didn't see is Eden Carson getting an opportunity in today's game. She debuted in the first game and picked up in the second game, and picked up 3 for 31 off 8 with 1 maiden. So maybe, yes, you're giving Georgia Plymmer a chance to debut today, but I think I would have weighed my chances because West Indies were not able to play comfortably against their spinners.
I totally agree with you. It was a bit shocking to not see her in the lineup. Considering she bowled well in her debut, as you rightly mentioned, Stacey, and the spinners have really clamped the West Indies batters down in the previous 2 games. And why would you have changed your spinner? That took 3 wickets for you. Yes, Halliday really tried. She picked up a wicket here. This one is pulled away. Is it going to be another wicket? Yes, straight into the hands of that fielder at the backward square. And that's another wicket here for, that's Jessica, yes, Jessica. So she picks up another wicket. That's the end of Knight, is it? Yes. So she didn't get to really showcase her talent here in this period. But, I mean, there's a shot that she shouldn't have played at this stage of the game.
Yeah, there's only one fielder in that leg side boundary region. Deep square and perfectly placed by Sophie Devine, and Kaishona Knight got a length delivery that she opted to pull and pick out just that one fielder. Yeah. She will be disappointed. She should be disappointed.
Yeah, definitely. Just had to work the ball into mid-wicket where there's a huge gap. Pick up an easy single, work your way in. There's no hurry in terms of, okay, you need to get a move on. There's limited deliveries. You have enough deliveries to get that 50-odd runs. Why are you playing those shots?
Yeah, and then give yourself a chance as well. We've said this too many times, like spend time at the crease. You've just gotten out there. This is possibly the third ball that you're facing. You really didn't give yourself a chance.
Yeah, that's. I'm tempted to use the word poor cricket, but
No, it is a poor shot, and I'm sure Kaishona Knight knows that. By her standards, she should know that.
yeah, and she showed her character in terms of the way she batted. She gives herself an opportunity. She bides her time there, get accustomed with the wicket, get accustomed to the bowlers, and then you can unleash as such. This one is a big mix-up, and it's another wicket. So that's a huge wicket here. That's Williams. She pushed that one into mid-wicket, and there's a yes-no call from Henry. And Henry eventually ran over to the striker's end. Williams was in no man's land, so to speak, and it was an easy run out in the end. That's the end of Williams, and that's the 5th wicket, is it? Yeah?
Yeah, poor communication between this pair. Rashada Williams, as you mentioned, worked it into the leg side, but a start-stop. Chinel Henry, you can't do that with Chinel Henry because she's one that runs.
Yeah.
She's always ready. Yeah, this is poor on West Indies' behalf. These are 2 quick wickets just after Stephanie Taylor retired hurt.
It shows how important that, well, I shouldn't say wicket, but Stephanie Taylor was at the crease at that point in time. So it opens the door here for the New Zealanders now in terms of 5 wickets down. You're not sure what's going to happen with Stephanie Taylor. Is she going to be able to come back out? But with the lower order not really having that much time out in the middle, not really producing the runs for the West Indies, how are they going to approach this?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because you have Stephanie Taylor, who we mentioned retired hurt. But how would she be feeling sitting out there that maybe she should have just stayed, but again, and do more damage? This is where you want to see players taking responsibility.
Totally agree with you there. These players, they need to. It's not a huge total they are chasing. You only require about 50 runs again for victory. Why is there need for that? It ball went straight to the fielder. There's no need for a single there. But in the end, it cost them. Let's hope that these batters coming in now could play with a bit of sense here.
Well, the new batter, Aliyah Allen and Chinel Henry, well, they'll both be facing their first balls here.
Well, we know the capability of Henry. She's that one. She would look to rotate the strike. That's the way she is. She looks to rotate the strike. The bad ball, she's going to definitely put it away. That's a natural game. But in your estimation, do you think that she needs to play that way now? Or does she need to really just get herself and give herself a chance?
Well, in the 2 previous games, well,
one
fortuitous.
It's an outside edge there from Henry, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. The West Indies, they will take it no matter how it comes. They will be happy. It's 4 runs to the scorecard at the end of the day. But it's an outside edge, not playing comfortable.
Yeah, whilst we've seen Izzy Gates been exceptional behind the stumps, we've also seen those blunders, balls that are edged, I'd say lately, beating her. She won't be pleased with that because that was a chance.
Yeah, definitely. Well, she's standing up to the Jessica here, so it's going to be a bit difficult for her. And I mean, you have to give her credit, a bit of credit here. And I'm not taking up for her, but I'm just saying that it's tough for a keeper with those outside, those faint edges. It's difficult for them. That slight deviation, it takes it away from their gloves, so it's a bit difficult. But it's a chance nonetheless.
Yeah, and just to answer your question, Chinel Henry, it's a different situation here for her. Whereas in the previous games, they've had to set a target. Now they're chasing, so possibly a chance for her to see herself as a match winner, as a finisher for West Indies, because she had a really good partnership. You mentioned that a couple overs before with Kaishona Knight, and she has been a standout in this West Indies batting lineup. She has 74 runs in 2 games. Feeling wise, she has executed some really good runouts and diving fields and bowling wise as well. She's been exceptional, but again, a chance to step up and put your hands up as a finisher for West Indies. Whether it looks pretty or whether it looks ugly, this is an opportunity for her.
Yeah, and that's right. I like what you said there in terms of a finisher for them. And that's what they need. They need someone to, okay, we're almost there. Let's finish the game. Whether it be in 2 overs, whether it be in 10 overs, let's finish the game. Get the game over with. And you're right. It may not be pretty, but at the end of the day, it's getting the job done. Getting that win, that points that is required for them. Yes, the New Zealanders have won the series, but there's still points up for grab. That's the important thing here. So it's not, as you say before, a dead rubber. No, there's points up for grab. So even though you've lost the series, you still want to get that win.
Yeah, Leah Allen will face her first ball from Susie Bates. And again, they go for 2 runs. Henry just seems to have gotten struck.
Well. So in trying to get that second run, she seems to be in a bit of pain here. Did it hit her knee? She seems to be holding her knee.
Well, more work for Tasha Grant, who might be inside working with Stephanie Taylor. She'll have to shake this one off as soon as possible.
She seems to be a strong person, so she looks like she has walked it off, and it's really seemed to be bothering her. I think she needs to get some attention.
A magic spray, that cold spray.
Definitely, the magic spray is required here.
But again, the awareness, it shows the awareness from New Zealand. That ball went out into the deep, into the offside, and a relay throw just to ensure that it got in faster.
This one is cut away behind point. They're going to get 2 here quite easily. Looking for the 3rd. It's not there. And with those 2 runs, we saw Henry running pretty good between the wickets. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign for her. But Susie Bates here. Sophie Devine trying everything now. The spin seems to be working, so she's trying here to get wickets. She needs to bowl them out. This one looking for a single there. It's not on. It's good work from down to prevent that single. So you can see the fielders. You can see a little pep in the step now. They're a bit quicker to the ball. They're looking for that run or looking for that catch. You want to make things happen now. And that's what happens when you open the door slightly for them. They will try to rush in.
Yeah, it's now down to double figures in terms of balls and runs. So they know that by putting pressure with anything that's in the circle, restricting those singles, it will be important.
That's a good single there. Push into the offside and they get through for an easy single. So that is what is required. Without risk. Without risk. That is what is required. And as you mentioned, put pressure on the batters. Not allow them to get those easy singles. Make it a bit difficult. Not only that, New Zealanders would know that the top order batters are back in the hot. So it's down to the lower middle or the lower middle to really get the West Indies home to victory here. So they haven't done it in the past. But it's an opportunity, as you rightly said before, it's an opportunity for them to showcase what they are capable of. And Henry to showcase her ability as a finisher here for the West Indies. So,
And Leah Allen into her first game of this series. So she herself might think that an opportunity for her to make herself relevant.
I would say she's very relevant because she bowled really well. She fielded really well. She took 2 excellent catches and she was there in that inner circle preventing singles. So she already proved her worth to me in this team.
Yeah, because she replaced medium pace for pacer Shamila Connell. So
Correct.
she has done what Cornell hasn't done in the previous games, gotten wickets up at the start. And I like that. I like the fact that they're giving another player an opportunity, because sometimes as a player you get complacent of the fact that, all right, I'm a pacer, I can bowl short balls, I can bowl aggressively, but that's all that I bring. In the field, I don't stop runs, I give away runs as it might be, and I'm not a batter. So it's a good opportunity for Leah Allen. She came in, she picked up wickets early, did what was needed, and here she is with bat in hand.
Yes, so this is Jonas now to take up the attack from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. Thus far, 8 overs. She had bowled this. She's into the 5th over, conceding 21 runs. So she hasn't picked a wicket, which she has done consistently thus far in the series. So this is 1+ for the West Indies here. They haven't allowed the bowlers that were taking wickets consistently to take wickets in this game. They work them around, they put away the bad balls and put them under pressure rather than let them bowl to a line and length that they are comfortable with. That's a wide delivery. And Jonas in particular, I noticed this up front, where she tried to bowl wicket to wicket, and she kept bowling on the pads, and it was easy for Stephanie Taylor and Hayley Matthews to just pick her off on the onside.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to that mental game. If I can do this for longer as a batter, which is defend or not allow you as a bowler to get in or get to me by bowling dot balls. So almost forcing her to change that line, and there's where Leah Allen or batters will get runs off her.
Yeah, and again you can see just working her not onside and picking up that easy single. So she's straying a bit on her line here, and they are taking full advantage of it. And that's what you want, exactly what you're saying, Stacey. And that's what you want the batters to do, take advantage of those deliveries. So it's driven straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. So it's 38 runs more required from 91 deliveries. It's easy, but it's already 5 wickets down and 5 top order batsmen. This time the sneaker single, is it going to be close? A direct hit there by Amelia Kerr, but Henry is well in, and that's another run.
Yeah, I thought that one was just a bit too close, because again Henry playing into the onside, but in front of the fielder, who is able to run forward and in her stride pick up and throw.
And to her right hand, which is a strong hand as well. So yeah, it's a chance they took in the first game, and it worked for them, and they have continued that. We saw that in the second match as well. And running between the wicket, it plays an important part, especially in the limited overs, even in the T20 format, where you put the fielders under pressure. They make mistakes, and you will get that extra run. So that is good work here from the West Indies batters in Henry and Leah in terms of putting the fielders under pressure.
And it's an area that they themselves will know that they needed to improve on. New Zealand did it quite well in all of their innings. They found gaps, they pushed hard, they kept putting bowlers and the fielders under pressure.
Yeah, so it's Sophie Devine, the captain. She brings herself on from the Andy Roberts end. She's into 5th over, conceding just 21 runs. It's a bit expensive considering it's a low total. But she's one, as we saw throughout her career, able of picking up those wickets, making those breakthroughs. She's a bit deceptive. And you mentioned it, you said it correctly, her variations. She has a lot of variation, which makes her a bit difficult to play.
Yeah, I think from a Chanel Henry perspective, might just want to bat out of your crease, give yourself an opportunity.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. This one again on the legs of Henry, and she works that one in past that fielder at the fine leg region, and she picks up a boundary, so she keeps on going. And the thing about Henry, what I like about her is she scores at a good rate, either run a ball or more. So she keeps putting pressure on the bowlers, on the fielders, and that's when you make the bowlers bowl the line to you that you require. Okay, this one just down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So because of that delivery, that forwards hit, she made Sophie Devine do something different, try something different, and bowl down the leg side. So that's what the pressure, that's what she does as a batter in terms of putting pressure on the bowlers.
Yeah, sometimes you just want players to understand what their worth is, because we see it. But just for her and this tournament, this series, she's been exceptional. First game, she scored 44 of 34. On the second game, 30 of 35. As well as we mentioned, picked up wickets. So I'm happy and I'm glad to see her improving and growing in the way that you ought, and you want to see other players come up at this level likewise.
Yeah, it's a genuine all-rounder, it's Henry, and you want to see her continue this way to show her worth, not just, as you mentioned, with the ball, but also with the bat. And she's showing it, all aspects of her game. She took a few catches in the second game match as well. So she's showing that she's a true all-round cricketer, which is what you want. And I come back to that point you made early on, where you want to see her show that capability of a finisher, as a finisher for West Indies. And, you know, that is something they need. They need that one match winner as such, that will either give you it with the ball or with the bat. A Ben Stokes, if you like. And she's one that has the capability of being that person.
And she plays that role for Jamaica. At regional level, she's really a force to be reckoned with. So it's good to see that she's transferring that into her game at this level, which is what you want to see. And it's something we haven't seen from some of the others. We've seen them really good at regional level, but when it's time to play at international level, it's almost like they freeze and can't perform. But this is good from not just Chanel Henry, but Alea Arlene on the other end, who we mentioned got an opportunity in this first game, in this last game, her first game of the series, and really grasping the opportunity.
Yes, so while we talk about that, Jonas on the other hand is really bowling well. She's into 6-1, not for 24, and she's accumulating a lot of dot balls here, and this is what you want, pressure, and it forces a shot like that, but it's well played by Arlene. Yeah, that's well played. So she took that ball from outside the off stump, but the fielder at long on was in the circle, so she was at mid on, so it's easy, it was a safe shot for her to play, and she got enough bat on it that it went into the boundary for 4. So that's what you want to see. The bowlers put in some pressure, but the batters just taking that little risk, that extra risk, that core will produce a shot like that and throw the bowlers off. That's what you want to see. Throw them off their line and length.
Yeah, and good from Arlene. Get forward now, get a single and get off the strike. Have a look at what's happening on the other end. Another 27 needed from 80 balls. As this pair continue to rotate and dominate this final phase.
And that's what you want. I like that what you said. Dominate the final phase. And that's what New Zealand didn't do in the second ODI, and it almost cost them. They were in an excellent position and they allowed it to slip because they thought they would cruise into victory, and they allowed the West Indies team to get back into the match. This one is played away again into the onside for another boundary. So Arlene again, that's that one again, straight in line is Jonas, and just working that one into that onside, and again taking advantage of those bad deliveries.
Yeah, really good from Alea Arlene. Chanel Henry just having a discussion, maybe looking at that scoreboard and realizing, yeah, there's just 22 more runs to go and we've got this. Just a reminder to both players that they're in control out there.
Correct, and playing their natural game, and that's what you want to see. And that's where going back to the point that I was making, with the New Zealanders. They were on top and they let it slip. They didn't dominate that phase and take the game home. They allowed the game just to meander on until West Indies got back into it and almost cost them the game.
Yeah, that was in the 37th over when they started losing wickets. Lose wickets in the 37th, 38th and 40th.
So Sophie Devine continues. She needs to really get some wickets here. We can see the police officers just ensuring everything is safe. All the players and the spectators are safe out there. And easy as that, giving it away. Henry, that one pitched up, looking to go over that fielder at mid-on, but only succeeded in hitting it straight to the fielder, who took an easy catch. And there you can see disappointment on Henry because she knows she gave it away. It was there to be hit.
Yeah, unnecessary at this phase. You just need 21 runs. 20, who is it? Jessica is not, she's a tall player, so that is not going to be a difficult catch for her. Disappointing from Henry. She departs for 12 off 17. Again, a chance to finish the innings.
Yeah, disappointing, and you can see the disappointment on her as she walks off there. She knows she had to stay there till the end to ensure that to secure that victory. But there you can see a disappointment on her. She leaves the field, but just scoring 12 of 18. Again, I think she's looking to go straighter with that one, but got the inner half of the bat, and she didn't get the power and placement that she was looking for, and it went straight to that fielder, Jessica. But
and then it's smart from Sophie Devine as well, because I'm sure that was either a pace off delivery or some sort of cutter. She wasn't going to allow Chanel Henry to just score freely off her.
Yes, one of the many variations that you mentioned. It seemed to be that off cutter that really came back into the right-hander.
Yeah, she almost reminds me of a Dwayne Bravo when he bowls. Always something going to happen. Either a wide, a wicket, some sort of cutter.
This one just inside that wide line, and not single wide. So it's 6 wickets down. So technically, you can say 7 wickets down if Taylor is not able to come back out, and we're into the bowlers. So yes, it's 20 runs required, but if New Zealand could just tighten things up here, pick another wicket, it's gonna make it very difficult for the West Indies team.
Experienced Shakira Salmon, well, experienced player, experienced bowler. Batting wise, her high score is 22.
Yeah, her team could do with that now. Well, this is not going to help the cause of New Zealand. It's another wide from the captain.
She's been expensive, and expensive in terms of the amount of extras she's bowled. Sophie Devine. And that makes it 15 extras.
But you mentioned the experience of Selman. What's her experience in the batting arena?
She has a high score of 22, an average of 9.95, and a strike rate of 34.65.
Well, the West Indies could definitely do with that. If they can get 9 runs from her here, that would be excellent.
But before the series, 95 matches under her belt, so I think that she should have learned a thing or two from that amount of years of being in this setup.
Well, let's see the experience, if it will show here in this match. She need to bring that experience to the front here to see them through the line. But again, they are in the driver's seat, as you can see that over, conceding 2 wides and a wicket. those extras really taking a toll on the New Zealanders here. But again, just 20 runs required. Enough time to get it. 72 deliveries required. Legal deliveries, that is, to get those 20 runs. But the wickets is an issue here for the West Indies women, and they need to just give themselves a chance. These two batters in particular, give yourself a chance here. If you bat a couple maiden overs, that's fine. Give yourself a chance, an opportunity to see what's happening.
Well, Arlene, well, she's been out there for 13 balls. And she's on 15. She's looked pretty good with the bat in hand.
15 from 13, that's from 14. That's pretty good. I would take that any day, especially in ODIs. But she needs to stay there, and she needs someone to stay with her. She looks like she could get the runs here, but she needs someone to stay with her at the other end. But again, this one is cut away nicely behind point. They're gonna get looking for two. That's excellent running by Arlene there. Excellent running. Saw that she played that one late, just past point. No pace on it. Ensure that she had enough time to go up and down to complete that second run and not expose the non-striker in Salmon.
Definitely good awareness. Someone will have absolutely no problem taking two there and get back on the non-striker end safely and just have a look at what's happening.
Yeah, the safe end.
Jessica, well, she has those 3 wickets, 3 important wickets, and she can be considered one of the more dangerous bowlers.
Well, that's why the skipper has her on. She wants her to pick wicket. She needs wicket. And if Jessica could get a couple more here for her, it would be put them, I wouldn't say in the driver's seat, but it will give them an opportunity here to try and bowl the West Indies out. And that's what they need to do. This one is driven straight to cover. That's Susie Bates.
Yeah, much more flighted delivery that time around. Trying to possibly lure Arlene into playing uppish, but well played.
Well, you can see Arlene is going hard at those balls. She's trying to hit it hard with power. So a little pace off is what is required. And that's what you see here with Jessica. She's trying those variations. This one played nicely late. Looked like it came off the outer half of the bat, but from our end we can say that she played it late. And she picked up a single at the end of that over. So at the end of 39 overs, it's 152 for 6. The West Indies just requiring 17 more runs for victory here. Stacy.
Someone calling for her helmet. And Sophie Devine, it seems, will continue. But we've seen her getting a couple of short balls as well, short rising deliveries. Not afraid to bowl a bumper.
Yes, not afraid to do it. But it's good safety for the players to wear those helmets. It's there for their safety. It's Sophie Devine. This one is played behind point, another single. So this is smart. She has confidence on Salmon here, especially.
Take a single off the first ball, yes.
Definitely, she has confidence in Salmon, and it's just a matter of survive. If you can just play the ball around, and there's lots of room on the onside for singles. So let's see how she goes. Oh, that's excellent. Just leaving that one outside the off stump. A bit of swing, a movement there for Devine away from the batter.
Yeah, absolutely no troubles there. Respect good bowling.
You can see the kids enjoying themselves as well. Yeah, that play area set up for the kids today. Oh, this time fuller length delivery, and she cheesed that one. No footwork, but just had a waff of that one outside the off stump. There we go. That's the footwork you need.
And Divine is persisting with that offside, almost measuring that red line, that width for that wide. So from that perspective, I think she might think about bringing another fielder into that offside if you're going to maintain that offside line and force Salmon to possibly play there. I think you might need another fielder.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Another fielder in the circle, or even have the third man up in the circle to put that extra pressure. Again, full outside the off stump. There's no need for someone to play at those deliveries, but she's determined to play at them. But again, confidence shown in her. She has survived thus far. Some of the supporters taking on an excellent game here. Well, that's driven nicely to the fielder at mid-on. That's the end of an excellent over. 16 more runs required from 60 deliveries. As Stacy and King takes her leave, and it's welcome Mr. Brunan Springer to the mic. Good afternoon, sir.
How you run?
I'm good.
Lots of sporting activities happening in Antigua and Barbuda today. Next to us is the drag racing track. They're going to have a meet, if it's maybe not started it yet. You also have football at the technical center, and you got basketball, business league basketball, and you got golf. And we're back with the cricket action. West Indies needs 16 in 60 balls.
Yes, and it's Jess Kerr. She's going to continue. Yeah, and Sophie Divine is sticking with her. I think she's into her last over here, but wickets is required. She has already gotten 3 wickets for them. So Sophie Divine is taking a gamble here. If she can give me a wicket or 2, it's going to put us closer to to winning this game. This one is cut away. They're looking for 2. That's Arlene looking for 2, and she's going to get it quite comfortably. And Salman is safely back to the non-striker's end. But again, looking for wickets. And this is good here. As you can see, 4 fielders on the offside in the circle. So she's looking for wickets here. She's trying to prevent them from getting easy singles. This is smart cricket. This is good cricket from Sophie Divine here.
Alena's batted beautifully so far, enterprising 21 of 25 deliveries. Sort of eased the pressure off. And I think the Chanel Henry getting out in the way she got out, you have to understand and read the scoreboard to know at the point in time you just needed 21 singles. So no need for you to try anything rash.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Again, this one, she's driving, they're going to get the single. A bit of misfield there by Susie Bates at cover, and they're going to get an easy single. So it brings Salman into strike. So this is what they would have wanted, to get Salman back on strike and see if they can get her, because Arlene seems quite comfortable. 22 from 24 deliveries. She seemed quite comfortable, and she seemed very aggressive. Is it going to work here, the plan for New Zealand? That's a good delivery. That one tailed back into the right-handed Salman. And she got there in a half of the bat and got through for a single. So she survived.
Yeah, very important period of play here.
Yes, this one is again talking up Arlene there.
Yeah, some 41 overs bowled. West Indies need 12 runs and a good spell from Jessica, finishing with 3 for 29. You'll take that any day.
Definitely, you take that any day, and on Sundays, which is today. So it's excellent from her. But given the situation, her captain would have liked her to pick up a couple more wickets. But it's up to the other bowlers now. So a decision here for Sophie Devine. Is she going to continue from that Sir Andy Roberts end? Or is she going to try someone as well? She's going to continue.
Yeah. So 157 for 6. Exciting game ahead.
Yeah, it's a very exciting game, and it's not going to go down to the wires, they would say, but it's very interesting. Wickets here could make a big difference for the New Zealanders team. They need wickets, and you can see them. Oh, that's a good delivery. They're swinging away from the right-handed Salman, and 4 fielders on the offside in the circle. So Sophie Devine is looking for wickets here. And this is what we didn't see yesterday in the previous game from Hayley Matthews. She wasn't on the attack when they needed to get wickets. And this is good we've seen here from Sophie Devine.
Well, there's something, one, that we wanted to talk about in terms of the West Indies understanding when they're on top. I think that is going to be also very important. Allen, 22. Playing her first game of this CG United ODI series. Third man and a fine leg out. The only 2 fielders. Everyone else inside the 25-yard circle. Here is Allen steering this down to the wide third man area. Jonas coming around. She's weak with her throw, but they get an important 2 runs there.
Yes, 2 more runs to Salman there, and Allen continues to show confidence in Salman, in giving her the strike and coming back for that second run as well.
She's a senior player, Salman. She's played,
experienced player.
she's played 98 games for the West Indies.
Oh, chasing a wide one there and signal wide by the umpire. So it's another run to the total.
It's a good offer. Good offer. Good offer.
I like that. I like that, Vernon. Good offer.
Good offer. And a lovely outswinger too. He did touch down. He just started going about middle and off. She gets a bowler short ball. Good control shot there by Selman. Just rolling her wrist over and just keeping it down. It's now down to single digits.
Yes, that was a good surprise bouncer there from Sophie Devine. But as you mentioned, Salman played it very well. Used all the experience there in hitting down on it, not trying to hit it out of the ground.
Yes.
So that's excellent. So it's Sophie Devine again, worked into the onside. That's an easy single. Allen looking for 2. Is she going to come back? No. That's all they're going to get. And that's smart. There's no need for risking that second run. Salman is showing that she's very much capable. So Allen don't have to take those unnecessary risks in trying to get back for that second. So it's Devine that's past the outside edge. That's a beautiful delivery again from Sophie Devine.
She's been pretty expensive. Her 8 has cost 34, a number of extras, and by her standards, she'd feel that she's maybe let the team down here today in terms of not only her batting but even her own bowling performance.
Well, probably that's why she has kept herself on, trying to make up, trying to see if she can get that wicket to lead her team to a victory here. But I don't think it's going to be enough. It's 7 runs needed. It's going to be difficult for them.
Stranger things have happened. Careful run.
Totally agree with you.
It's a game called cricket.
Well, it's Jonas into the attack now, because as you mentioned before, Jessica had completed her 10 overs. Again, bang on target there is Jonas. And I heard you mention it a number of times, the control that Jonas has. And that is really good.
Yeah, the variations. She puts a lot of revolutions on the ball and controls. So, you know, she knows the areas that she wants to bowl in.
And as you mentioned that, Vernon, the late Shane Warne, he said the more revolution you put on the ball, the more turn you're going to get out of it. And it shows, you know, nowadays the modern cricketers want to dart the ball in and there's no revolution, you get no turn. But she's doing a good job here in allowing the ball to go into the air, allowing that giving more revolution or imparting more revolution on the ball, and she's getting that extra turn, extra purchase of the wicket.
Single being stayed down to the third man area. One of the things you have to understand, Ron, is when you're a spinner, you want to get the ball above the batsman's eye line because his head automatically is going to move and lower you go. So you have to be mindful of that. And Jonas has bowled well down the onside. Lucky to get away with that one. A sneaker leg by.
To me, in today's match, she has bowled a bit too much on the pads, too much on the leg side, and they allow the batters.
I think it would have to also to do with the breeze too. So in terms of where she start delivering from, I think she was getting a lot closer to the stump rather than going wide, giving her enough room so that giving her enough. She got so close to the umpire and to the stump, and I think because anytime she drifted and her hand dropped, and the ball was going to go down.
Excellent point, excellent analysis there. This one, full toss driven straight down the ground. They're going to get through for another single. So they're doing it quite easily here. Just 4 more runs required. 165 now for 6. So it's safe to say that West Indies are on course for victory.
Certainly, and I think this would all go well for them getting into the T20 series. But I think they're going to have to work on their awareness, their game awareness, in terms of understanding that you're on top and you seize that pressure. You just don't allow it to take place.
I think the West Indies, they are a better T20 team because the nature of their batting, most of the players are naturally aggressive. It works well for them in that T20. That's definitely a no ball above the waist.
It's going to be a free hit also.
Yes, signal by the square leg umpire, signal by the main umpire. And there you go, you can see a warning given to Sophie Devine.
She quickly apologized, so we knew that slipped out of her hand. The game could be over with this delivery.
Definitely. So it's a warning, official warning.
Should be now down to 3 runs, so it should be 166 for 6.
Should be.
Game over? Is it? No.
It's taken, but it's
run out. Oh.
Yeah. So she looked to go down the ground with that one, but straight to the fielder at mid-off.
But got a single still.
Single.
So
a risky one because a run out could have been the end of her.
But I think it was to the left of the middle fielder, which is like Penfold. I thought Penfold could have been more to her right, so it was going away from her, and it was on her left hand side, meaning now that she would have had to be able to switch off balance to get that one back in. So it's all happening.
Yes, it is.
You're now down to 2 runs.
Yeah, just 2 more runs required. All the fielders are in the circle now. That's generally what you see when it's down to 2-3 runs. And all the fielders are in the circle. Easy runs, easy boundary, right?
I'd like to see the short third man just come to her left.
Yeah, we'll find her. Yes, agree. Just as you said.
And she was caught on her heels.
Just as you said, Vernon.
So the scores are level now.
Yes, it is. So it's just 1 more run for victory now.
Yeah.
This would spell a good comeback for the West Indies after being beaten in the first 2 matches. Close matches though, but they were beaten. And to come back after going down 2-0, the tendency would be to just, go through the motion. But they showed a lot of fight here in bowling out the New Zealanders for 68. And that's the winning run. Is it?
Not yet. I think she's in. I think West Indies would have won. She got in.
Yes.
Quite safe.
So that's it. That's the run. In the end, Arlene safely home. So that's victory for the West Indies. They win by 4 wickets. Good for them in terms of after losing, as I mentioned before, after losing the first 2 matches, you would think that that's the end of it. But they came back well, bowled out the New Zealanders for 168, and then they came and they batted positive. And I would use that word positive because the way that Hayley Matthews and Stephanie Taylor batted, it showed positivity, and they eventually got home quite easily. And that's it. Victory for the West Indies by 4 wickets in the end. So the series ends 2-1 in favor of the New Zealanders, but good cricket from both teams. It was a good, hard-fought series by both teams.
Well, you only had 2 half-centuries won in the series, one by Susie Bates and one by Stephanie Taylor, who eventually had to retire in this all-important game. So there's cause for concern in both camps in terms of the batting. You saw brilliances from players, get to 40. Maddie Green got to 40. Amelia Curl looks very, very organized. On the West Indies standpoint, it's also going to be a worry because Hayley Matthews, we had Kashana Knight who got a 30 in the first game. So there's worrying time. I just still feel, Ron, that West Indies are playing a batter too short. And I don't think that Gajnabi, if Shadi Nation is in this squad, then Shadi Nation should be batting at number 3 with all of her experience being around. The other thing is, if you're bringing back Natasha McLean at this level, I would have invested in an under-19 player, under-19 batter to be able to get an opportunity to get some experience.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I would say that Nation batting at number 3, I would have given that number 3 position to Stephanie Taylor.
No,
she has the experience.
The reason why I would not have gone for Stephanie Taylor is because Stephanie Taylor is just coming back from an injury. So I might have promoted a Kashana Knight as a left-hander, as the only established left-hander batter in the team to bat at number 3. But I'm concerned about the top order because what it looks as if Hayley Matthews might be the person now that will open in the T20. So they're worrying times for both camps. What I'm really concerned about, Ron, is the young players coming through and learning the game fast enough. That is my major concern.
Yeah, and I would say, we look at the New Zealand team. They are giving these young players the opportunities. And that's what I like to see. They give them the opportunities, and they come out there and they perform. We look at Carson bowled well in her debut. She batted well in the end as well to see the team through, right? So they have given the opportunities to the younger players in the middle order, the likes of Green, Down. These players have come in and batted well. Halliday, they have done well for the New Zealand team. So they have invested in the young players, and they have given them. Yes, it hasn't been the rewards that they are looking for, right? Because as you rightly mentioned, they got to the 20s, they got to the 30s, but they didn't carry on to get that big score, which is required of them. So they need to now start converting those 20s and 30s into 50s, even 100s if possible.
So a hard-fought series so far by the West Indies, and one can't help but overemphasizing the effort of the groundsmen here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You know that this series would have been rescheduled because of Fiona passing through, and the first game was hampered more or less, so it was a 35-over game, but to get in cricket would have been almost very important. So if we look back now at the New Zealand's innings, where they scored 168 all out. Some 19 extras. Divine 7, Bates 2, Amelia Kerr 30, Maddie Green 14, Lauren Down 53. Very enterprising 53. In fact, the second half century of in fact the third, because Stephanie Taylor would have scored 1 today. Brooke Halliday 10, Plymouth got 17, Gaze 6, Kerr 7, Jessica and Penfold 2, and Jonas has left not out on 1. Bowling figures, we had Afi Fletcher with 2 for 31. She was brilliant today. Really, really brilliant. Karishma Ramnarak, 2 for 26. Getting that breakthrough. Then you also had Haley Matthews, 2 for 23. And then you had Chanel Henry, 1 for 18. Allen, 1 for 25. And Selman, 1 for 27. Taylor didn't pick up a wicket today. New Zealand lost wickets at 1 for 14, 2 for 14, 3 for 51, 4 for 79, 5 for 99, 6 for 143, 7 for 150, 8 for 155, 9 for 158, 10 for 168 all out in the end. Pretty remarkable score. So that was the innings of the West Indies, the innings of the bowling figures for the West Indies. Now we have the batting of the West Indies women team. West Indies getting home in the end quite comfortably. 170 for 6. 170 for 6. Target was 170, so they got to 170 for 6. Haley Matthews top scoring with 40. Natasha McLean 1. Gajnabi got 0. Stephanie Taylor retired hurt 52. Rashada Williams run out curve for 14. Kaisia Knight, she got a 0 today. Chanel Henry, very impressive series and could maybe walk away with the player of the series. She got 12. Leah Allen, 27 out of 34, and Selman 5 not out of 18. In the end, the West Indies reaching 170 for 6, or 43.4 overs. Bowling figures for New Zealand. Jessica, 3 for 29. 3 for 29, Jessica. The other wicket takers was Divine with 1 for 38 and Halliday 1 for 16. Jonas, Kerr, Penfold and Bates all bowled today. But I think it was the captain Divine who was pretty expensive today. She had almost 1 for 38 by her standards. Jonas was also expensive today, and she don't normally be that expensive. Her 7 overs cost 36 runs. So pretty interesting period of play in terms of what's happening. But in the end, the West Indies would go into the one-day series with a comfortable victory in this game. And sometimes you just need that drive with 5 T20s to go.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It would give them the confidence that they need to go into that T20 series. And as I mentioned before, to me, I think they are a better T20 side in terms of their batten, the caliber of batten they have. They are more aggressive batters, and it will suit the T20 format for them. So we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. But looking at the ODI series, the series ends 2-1 in favor of New Zealand. Their first
away series victory
in the
Caribbean.
West Indies. Yeah, yes. That's excellent for them. And considering the set of young players that they have, it's excellent for them. It's good for them for the future. And it's nice to see a series. Yes, it's 1-2. New Zealand won the series 2-1, but as you rightly said, it was a very hard-fought series. All the games could have gone either way, up to the very end. So it makes good for cricket in the region, in the Caribbean, and we wish them all the best in the future.
Well, it's also a work in progress for both squads, both the New Zealand and Cricket West Indies squad. New Zealand have now employed a system run. In fact, they are signed off with the Players Association in New Zealand and the New Zealand Cricket Board by now having equal pay for both male and female cricketers. So that, I think, is going to be another talking point coming up in the West Indies right here. And so the coaching staff now taking their photo up with their trophy of this series here, CG United International Series. And again, we just want to say Very good afternoon to all the folks in Bermuda. Fiona would have passed you there for some time, so we give God thanks. And to all the other countries all around the world who are listening to us. Exciting times, and the next time we'll be here will be the start of the T20 series. Your final words, Ron.
Yes, so again, the New Zealand team getting the photo up with their trophy. So they have won the series 2-1. That's it for us here for the ODI series. At the end of this, this third ODI, as you mentioned before, New Zealand taking the series 2-1, and it's now on to the T20 series.
And I just want to be able to just thank the 360 production crew, earmarked by Vinod Manchan, yourself, Ron, and all of the other technical crews who would have worked to be able to make this production possible so far. I wanted to say thank you. And on behalf of the entire panel, Stacy and King, I'm yours truly, Vernon A. Springer, signing out here from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on this lovely afternoon. We have victory for the West Indies, something that they really deserve. And for all the kids who came out today and the kids zone and the fans who came out, you had a number of fans who came out and were on the Mount area. It's just, Elaine Turner, her mother, and she's got the entire crew on the Mount. We thank you very much for everybody who's viewing us. God bless you, and you have a blessed Sunday.